Time having arrived, I call this meeting open. Will you all please join me in standing and saluting the flag? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilors, before we begin today, I'd like to take a brief moment of silence in memory of former city solicitor and former license commission member Larry Siskind, who passed away. If we could all just take a moment. Thank you, councilors. Thank you. Mr. Siskind was a valuable member of this community, and he contributed quite a lot to it. We are now here for the public hearing for the City of Brockton's proposed annual budget for the fiscal year 2027. I will turn the floor over to Mr. Clerk to begin to call people up for speakers. Just a reminder that there is a 2-minute speaking time, and the public comments are around the budget. This is a public comment period on the budget that is being proposed and that the council will be deliberating over the next few days. So please keep your comments to the budget. Mr. Clerk?
First person who signed up is Richard Ripley. Please step forward to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Ripley.
Good evening. Yes, I was going to talk about the budget and the city's disastrous fiscal condition. It's combined together. Okay, am I started? Yes. Okay, as you know, my name is Richard Ripley. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the City Council tonight. As you also know, I am a former 2-time candidate for Brockton Mayor, and I'm afraid our current mayor and CFO, and at least 6 of you, are not going to like what I have to say tonight about our city's disastrous fiscal condition. Something is very wrong with the financial operation of our city. Our founding fathers must be turning over in their graves. Here we are in the year 2026, and we are again facing bankruptcy. Our city is being run by a group of confused elected leaders who collectively have no concept or concern that they were elected to do the people's business, not their own business. Whoever in city government is responsible, whether the mayor, city councilors, CFO, city auditor, or all the above, their heads must be put on the chopping block. We, the people, need to demand answers. This constant corruption, dereliction of duty, or whatever we're going to call it, must end. Let me remind you, our current mayor in his inaugural address stated that his administration would operate with transparency, integrity, and compassion, and everyone's voice matters, and we would work together to move Brockton forward to a better Brockton. Apparently, that was just political happy talk. Now, 5 months later, our mayor refuses to have an audit conducted of the city and schools. Why? What is the mayor afraid of? I believe that he is afraid that we will find out that he and our elected leaders and others learned nothing from the findings of the investigations in 2024. It is clear that certain individuals are guilty of dereliction of duty and financial malfeasance. We need to find out who they are and show them the door. I ask Moses Rodriguez, please stop the madness, get the audits done, or failing that, do the people and taxpayers of Brockton a favor and resign and get out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley.
Next we have Meredith Keene.
It's not a whole lot, but one of the things I came here from South Boston, and I've been here a long time, is Brockton's got a lot, but if you could take the money out of the budget and rebuild the city, as they did in Somerville and Lawrence and Lowell, and market it, you'd have a whole different environment, because it's got so much to offer. And yet when I go up to the State House, because I filed a health care bill and it passed in one session, and they'd say to me, where are you from? And I'd say, Brockton. And they'd say, oh, what are you doing in Brockton? But it's got so much to do it. Even your school system. If you just took some of that money and put it into 2 schools so the teachers could have less students and more opportunity, and the students wouldn't be so congested. That's all I saw from, I grew up in South Boston. It's very different today than it was back then. But this has got so much potential, and you people do such a good job, but it's not marketed, and it's not, with the commuter rail and everything else, it's got so much going for it. That's really all I really believe to do it, to change the way it's run, and also the bylaws and stuff of you guys that are on it. I don't mean to be mean, but the mayor shouldn't be on that school committee. That should be a totally different thing, and he should just be a mayor. That's all, gentlemen. Thank you for hearing me. I've been here a lot of years, and it's got so much potential, but it's got to take you guys to just rebuild the city in a different environment, as if you knew.
Thank you, Ms. Keene.
Okay.
Mark Osborne.
Good evening, Mr. Osborne.
All right. Member of the City Council and my fellow Brocktonians, my name is Mark Osborne. I'm a board member of both the Brockton Library Foundation and the Frederick Douglass Neighborhood Association. I'm also a member of the NAACP, the Brockton Democratic City Committee, the Coalition for Social Justice, and the Brockton Civic School. But this afternoon, I speak as myself, proud Brocktonian and Ward 3 resident for 28 years. My statement is similar to last year's. I think it's a good one and bears repeating. My statement here said 3 of you, more than a quarter of this council, weren't here for it, but I noticed that 2 of the 3 are not here. Thank you, Jeff, for being here. The mayor's budget is vast, 526 pages, detailing how the executive branch expects to spend $629 million. It's full of ambition and good intent. It's a well-crafted document. It has quality of life increases I like, the library and the traffic commission, for example. The 6-year capital plan invests nicely in parks and playgrounds, kudos. And yet within those pages, you'll find language that's squishy, soft around the edges, as needed, I found 7 times, projected 44 times. In a budget, imprecision can be construed as permission, and permission without specificity can become unsupervised power. Don't delegate that power without your explicit agreement. Don't allow policy to be made in silence, through omission, through underspending, through vague goals that lack accountability. Being a city councilor
10 seconds.
is no easy job. Pardon?
10 seconds.
All right. So I'll say, on behalf of those of us who depend on your vigilance, your oversight, I ask this: in the long hours ahead, ask the hard questions, question the wording,
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
challenge the assumptions, and approve not just a balanced budget, but a transparent one.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you.
Yolando Spinola.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. My name is Yolando Spinola, a Brockton resident, a delegate for the Old Colony Planning Council, representing Brockton, and a staff with Walk, Massachusetts. I'm also on the planning board. I work on walkability and pedestrian safety across Massachusetts. Over the past year, we've conducted multiple walk audits here in Brockton involving residents, seniors, parents, city staff. These walks are revealed broken sidewalks, missing curb ramps, unsafe crossings, and daily obstacles that people commuting to school, work, and public transportation have to deal with. We've scheduled another walk audit for June 23rd, starting at the Campello Towers, and it's to continue to engage the community to look at our transportation system to see where could there be improvements. Despite the city's budget is allocating hundreds of millions of dollars over the next year on capital projects, including downtown streets, new garages, utility work, schools, public safety facilities, and basically it's all connected to the built environment. It's important that we make sure that these investments continue to align with our Complete Streets Ordinance, that it is looking to see how we can make our cities safer for people to move around in every different mode. While we've invested tens of millions in new structures, like the parking garage, two-way traffic, there's been no equivalent commitment that has gone to life-saving infrastructure for pedestrians, for cyclists, for people moving around on our buses, for children, seniors. These are things that we should be allocating funds for. So what I ask of you is to ask the hard questions. Ask DPW, how are we spending Chapter 90 money? What portion of that money is going towards making our streets safer? And I also ask you to look at the capital section of the budget.
Spinola, sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Stephen Cram, I believe it is?
All right, sir. I live on 106 Main Street, right over by the old Rockwood Trust. And I was wondering where the money's gonna go to fix those sidewalks and those ramps, because every single 2 to 3 months, I go through at least 4 or 5 sets of tires for my wheelchair. I mean, they get chewed up, pieces of rubber are missing. And I know you're working on the new station and making, you want to have 2 ways and all that, and you're trying to expand. But your Main Street is being neglected because the sidewalks are all cut up and there's chunks missing out of it. And it's very difficult to get up. And there's no cement in front of the ramps going up or down. So I was just wondering if there was anything in the budget to fix all those things on, like, your Main Street, your Warren, over on your Legion Parkway, because it's always bad. And that's all I have to ask.
Thank you.
Oh, and thank you guys for swearing me in as a human rights. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate your service. Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Samira Morel.
Good evening. My name is Samira Murillo, and I am an organizer with Brockton Workers Alliance. I am here today to ask you to prioritize funding for safe mobility and safer streets for all residents of Brockton. Every day, people in our city walk to school, to work, to stores, to places of worship, and to visit family and friends. Yet too many residents tell us that they do not feel safe moving through their own neighborhoods. Parents worry when their children cross busy streets. Older adults are afraid to walk because sidewalks are damaged or inaccessible. Residents report speeding vehicles, poor lighting, unsafe crossing, an intersection that puts lives at risk. Safety should not depend on where someone lives, how old they are, or whether they own a car. Everyone deserves to move around the city safely and with dignity. Through our conversation with residents, we continue to hear the same concerns. Streets that encourage speeding, crosswalks that are difficult to see, missing sidewalks, inadequate lighting, and traffic patterns that make people feel unsafe. These are not just transportation issues. They are public safety, public health, and quality of life issues. When people do not feel safe walking in their neighborhoods, they become isolated from opportunities, community activities, and essential services. When children cannot safely walk to school or play outside, our entire community is affected.
15 seconds.
Tonight, I urge the City Council to invest in street safety improvement, including safer crosswalk, traffic calming measures, better lighting, and sidewalk improvement, and infrastructure that
Thank you,
protects
Ms.
all
Maria.
road issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Ortez.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Ortez, and my family, I are very proud to be residents of Brockton. Today, I'm here because my family has been living in a dangerous situation that no family should have to face. I live in Ames Street, and over the years, my home has been hit and threatened multiple times by reckless speeding through the neighborhood people. This incident had left emotional, mental, and financial scars on my family, especially on my children. I reached out to the City Hall asking for help and solutions to improve traffic safety on our streets. Unfortunately, the help that we desperately needed never came. Today, I live in fear and afraid to do simple things like taking out the trash or letting my kids play outside, because I'm scared a car will come and hit them or hit my house. Tragically, someone already lost their life, and has been multiple incidents, and not only one. We're talking about at least 5 times hitting my house. When one time I had to leave my house to stay in a hotel because it was unsafe to stay. We had no heat, no water, no light, and I had 2 children under 2 years old. So I had to go with my family to a hotel and be there at least for a week until they solved the problem. As a mother, one of the hardest things is telling my daughter they cannot play outside because I don't feel safe for them to be outside. Children should not be available. Children should be able to play in their own neighborhood without parents fearing for their lives. Some people may think the solution is to move out, but I'm not in the position or economically to move out of there. I've been living there since 2001, and I don't think moving is the solution.
15 seconds.
I am asking our city leaders to take the issue seriously and invest the traffic calming measures. Stronger enforcement and safer streets designed to protect both residents and drivers. Every person deserves to feel safe in their own home and their own street.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Jed Horesco.
Thank you, councilors. Jed Horesco, Brockton Bikes, and recently we joined with the Brockton Workers Alliance and Walk Massachusetts to create the Brockton Transportation Safety Coalition. In the last month or so, we've learned 4 important things about Brockton and transit. One is that there were 5,583 crashes last year in this city, which works out to an average of just over 15 a day, or 1 every 90 minutes. Number 2, at our elementary schools, less than 1/3 of the students take the bus, and we think this is because their parents do not consider their commute safe. And those parents, in turn, are creating a traffic and safety problem at nearly every school in their personal vehicles. Number 3, we had 34 pedestrian deaths in just over 10 years, with the most recent being William Dirth Jr. on May 1st. Number 4, Brockton has had a complete streets ordinance that could have addressed these issues on the books since the fall of 2016, nearly 10 years. A few of us in this room are part of a complete streets training academy, and we recently saw an impressive and inspiring presentation from Somerville. Somerville has a population of 82,000 and a fiscal 27 budget of $394 million. In last year, they had 525 total crashes. That's 10% of ours. Serious injury crashes decreased by 50%, and for the 3rd year in a row, they had no fatal crashes. In 2018, Somerville started working complete streets principles into all of their planning, transportation, and infrastructure decisions. Brockton's ordinance, as I said, was adopted in 2016, and to Mark's point about language, it uses the language must, not should, it says must. Brockton must work these principles into those decisions. So we call on you to fully fund the Traffic Commission budget as proposed in the budget, and we call on the council in your questioning, as others have said, to ask other department heads how they plan to work safety into what they do. Thank you so much.
If you could state your name for the record.
My
name's Alex Hoxie. I'm from Ward 2, and I'm also a local business owner, Clean City Crew. Just want to speak tonight. I didn't really talk with anyone from the city about this yet, but I was hoping that since we've had a lot of volunteers coming out to help clean up the city and help DPW, if anyone could find it in the budget to maybe start something with DPW and maybe hand them like $50,000 a year to maybe help out other volunteers that want to come out and help the city, students that want to come out that need school clothes. I know they do a small summer thing, but maybe expand that so they can make more money. I'm not just speaking for myself. I mean, I do have contracts myself, so I like to volunteer. But there's a lot of people out here that come out to volunteer with me, and they're struggling. Some of them are in the shelter, and they just can't get a job either by the way they look, the way they act. They don't know how to act responsibly. And also maybe think about getting more programs like that. Maybe just teach people how to get a job, how to retain a job, more resources maybe on places that give out suits for court and for, getting a job. So that's really all I wanted to say. I didn't end up talking with DPW about this, but I'm sure they wouldn't have a problem if it didn't come out of their budget, if they got, 50 grand to give to volunteers. So, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
If you could state your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Alba Cordero Soto. I am a Brockton City member, a homeowner, a nurse, and mother of 8. I'm here as a concerned parent. As we go into the 2027 budget year, particularly after a financial scandal that happened during the last administration, I am concerned. I am concerned about the integrity of the individuals that are making the decisions on behalf of our children and our future, particularly in the school committee. The scandal that happened just this Saturday at the Brockton High School regarding a student and a concerned parent feeling like she had no resort other than to speak out in the middle of a ceremony and ruin the thing for the other individuals.
We need to focus it on the budget.
What I want to know is what is being done to ensure that the people that are heading the financial decisions today are safe and morally sound. 8 months ago, I met Moise Rodriguez, and he made a comment regarding my pregnant belly, and that somehow upon meeting me and holding my hand, that he was the one that impregnated me. It was very inappropriate and very concerning. So now I am asking, will more be done to ensure that Brockton parents feel comfortable regarding who is heading the decisions that involve our children? Thank you for your time.
Welcome, everybody, to the first of our 3 nights of hearings on the proposed annual budget for fiscal year 2027. We will begin with the mayor's office in just a moment, and a bit of a preamble before that by Dr. Clarkson, but I do just want to offer a reminder, like I did during the public comment. Councilors, we are discussing the budget, matters within the budget. And I would ask that everyone keep their questions related to that matter, that topic. Other things about the department, their performance and things like that, we can bring anyone in on a resolve at any time, but we are going to try and focus here on the budget. Mr. Clerk, item number 1.
The Mayor's office and Dr. Clarkson.
Dr. Clarkson, I believe you're going to start us off. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. Thank you for being here. It is my pleasure to, along with the mayor, present to you our proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. Both the mayor and I, as always, provided introductory letters to you. Those begin in your budget book on page 14, so I won't rehash everything in there, but I would like to just highlight a few major themes that appear both in those introductory letters and throughout this document. I think it is notable that this budget is in the same format as the last 6 budgets, which have been honored by the Government Finance Officers Association with the Distinguished Budget Award. And it's become almost routine, and I say that every year, but I think it's really important to underscore the depth of work undertaken by my team, led by Budget Director Elvira Lopes, and all of our team, including support from the Mayor's office and the other financial department heads. Putting together a budget of this magnitude, of this detail, is a significant amount of work, and we are one of only a handful of communities in Massachusetts to have that distinction. And so that is a commitment by this mayor of continued transparency and openness. And that's what you see in these pages, is not only the numbers, but the numbers behind the numbers. Not only the story of what's important to the elected and appointed leaders here in Brockton, but the stories behind that story. So in the mayor's letter, he notes that this budget includes some, and I quote, difficult but necessary decisions. And so that decision-making drove the budgetary process this year. This is, as is required by law, a balanced budget, but it was balanced with some effort. And there were over $20 million in reductions in departmental requests to get us to this balanced budget. So it is austere. It is very conservative, but it is balanced, and it does maintain the level of city services that our residents and taxpayers have come to expect. So just a couple of highlights, and then I'll defer to the mayor. The total spending requested here is approximately $629 million. That includes $565 million in the general fund and $63.5 million in our enterprise funds, which are public utilities that support their own activities. Our levy limit, we hear a lot about that, so I just thought I'd touch on that briefly. The levy limit is the maximum amount that we can gain revenue through property taxes. And when you hear about Proposition 2.5, that's the maximum amount we can tax up to that limit, and it can be increased every year by 2.5% in addition to new growth. And you hear new growth all the time. Our new growth has consistently and is proposed in this budget to be about $2 million. That is the additional tax revenue we get from new construction. That can be renovations to someone's house or a total new building here in the city. Our revenue estimates continue to be very conservative. In the wake of the 2023 school deficit, as you know, we raised some of our revenue estimates by some $10 million to balance out that deficit. So those revenue estimates are still at those higher levels to continue to recover from that deficit and continue to be able to balance the budget. There are a couple of revenue highlights that I would like to share with you. In the wake of that deficit, as you know, we used that Chapter 324 reserve, which has been in place since Chapter 324 was passed by the legislature. By law, that has to be replenished. So once free cash has been certified the last couple of years, we replenish that. There is an escalator in the law that requires that amount to increase every year. So this budget includes transferring approximately $9 million from that Chapter 324 reserve to balance this budget. It also includes what's called a transfer of special revenue of $4 million. That is, as we've discussed, anticipated revenue from the sale of the police station once the new building is completely occupied. And it also includes a transfer of $2 million from the Pension Stabilization Fund. Other than that, I look forward over the next several nights to answering your questions, to working with our department heads to dig into the details here. And I'm very grateful to once again be here with you to review this award-winning budget. With that, I thank you, Mr. President, and will defer to the mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Clarkson. Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the my colleagues in the City Council. It's an honor and privilege to be here with you today. As you know, Brockton's strength lies within its people and the people that do the work on a daily basis in and out of this city, those that actually work for city government and those that are residents of our city for the work that they do and continue to believe. As the CFO said, this budget is no picnic in terms of what we are expecting from it. We all know the struggles that various communities are going through with their fiscal blunders and issues that sometimes do happen. But I want to take a couple minutes just to highlight a few things that, even though we might be handcuffed with some of the needs that we might have here in the community, but these are some of the things that we were able to accomplish while we were here. As you know, one of the chief concerns that we have is for the youth in this community, and I was happy to bring in a director of youth services to give the youth in the community a little bit of a voice within city government. We revived the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, and that is a council that I hope this body will be able to use as well, because it actually is the Youth Advisory Council for the entire city, something that was created by this body that I believe we should all partake and take their experiences and help us guide on issues that affect the youth in our community. We're going to be providing some grants, some monies that we have leftovers, from the budget from the previous years. We're going to chop that up and basically provide it in small grants to some community-serving youth organizations here in the community to help us deal and hopefully introduce a safer summer for our kids in the entire community. With your approval, we were able to hire a Commissioner of Health and Human Services that will now direct social and community services in a more concentrated effort, utilizing the Health Advisory Council made up of individuals that this council continues to approve on a regular basis. I believe there's a whole slew of individuals coming up that will basically conclude the 9-member advisory council that that position requires. We made City Hall a little more accessible. When you sit down and think about it, one of the first things that we were able to do is open the doors of this building on day one that we got here to make sure that the people in this community had access to this building. And as Mr. Clerk is sitting here, can tell you that we are now a city that actually accepts, credit card and debit cards to basically provide our residents the ability to pay for their services so that they don't have to, it's either cash or check, but now they're able to do it through a credit card. Often you hear folks saying how, we are always hosting mayors from different countries, mayors from especially Cape Verde and some of the other communities that we have here in the city. But you know what, it also prides me to let you know that we have gone beyond the usual cast of characters that we normally would have here. We just received not too long ago the visit of the Consul General of China here in our City Hall that came in to visit us because several years ago we had an established relationship with a Chinese city, a sister relationship with the Chinese city, so that General Counsel from New York actually came to visit us here at City Hall. And just a few hours ago, we had a visit from the Consul General of Turkey, Turkiye, as they call it now, because they have done that and they appreciate the fact that we maintain such a good relationship with their community and the people here in the community. As far as cultural events, we are in the process of planning the 40th Downtown Parade celebration this year. We're going to continue to do the Mayor Summer Concert Series, hosting at least 2 World Cups. As a matter of fact, I just want to take a couple minutes just to talk a little bit about that. We were able to get a grant from the Massachusetts Office of Tourism that you councilors actually approved for us not too long ago. But one of the things that we submitted on that grant is that we were going to put 2 events together, but I basically want to have the third one. And the third one is basically going to be the U.S. team as well, because we can do the Cape Verdean national game, the Haitian national game, but I thought it would be instrumental and important for us to do a U.S. one today as well. So we are planning that as we speak, and there's a very good chance that the U.S. team will make it to the second round, or at least the knockout round, so we will be able to communicate with you real soon as to when that event will take place. I believe, Councilor Nicastro, you had asked some questions about the watch parties. The way it is right now, we are going to have the first one on the 24th, which is the Haitian game, along with the Mass Youth Soccer as well. And then we'll do the 26th, which will be the Cape Verdean game. As I said, we are going to wait at least into the second round to plan for the U.S. game as well. So we'll let you know as we get moving with that. A lot has been said in the past over the issues of homelessness here in the city of Brockton. I remember us passing, I was still sitting where you are, passing the ordinance to deal with the homeless issues and crises that we've had here in the city. But it's also known that we had a large settlement of funds that we were sitting on in terms of dealing with the issues of opioid and opioid abuse here in the community. And one of the things that we did with that grant is we restructured the entire task force along with the police department to utilize those settlement funds to basically produce 9 positions within city government. These are going to be social workers to work with individuals, as well as harm reduction individuals that will be able to clean up our city from what we see it currently. We're planning also with those grants to open up a day center, a place where the folks that are unhoused or homeless in this community can actually go during the day and receive the services that they need. Services like, housing assistance, treatment assistance, to help them get a job if those that really want to work, because we cannot continue to have individuals in our streets that basically say there's no place to go during the day, but when we do come up with a place for them to go, we are expecting them to go there and acquire the help that they will need. We also utilize that grant to establish some small grants to some of the area businesses in our community, people that are involved in the prevention process, to help us with the population that we are talking about. We're in the process of serious collaboration with our grant writers to submit a diversion to care grant from the Department of Public Health that will allow for a community needs assessment to be completed within the city regarding social services. And that's something that we're looking forward to. And there's a very good chance that we're going to get that grant and I'm going to put it to work to benefit the entire community as we have it. As far as continuing education is concerned, as you know, all the new mayors, they go into what they call mayor school in December. I was happy that I participated. And there's a part 2 that actually is going to take place in New York City sometimes later on in the month of July. And we will continue to do that because that organization, the Bloomberg City Leadership, is an organization that provides newer mayors with all kinds of guidelines or all kinds of programs, but it's not just that. They provided us with some interns that we had here for the beginning of our term. And a lot of what we put into play in terms of establishing the guideline for our youth council, our community advisory council, and our business council came from that partnership with the Bloomberg Foundation in the sense. And speaking of community, we were also able to hire within our office an existing position that existed, but we basically tweaked it a bit and hired a community engagement director. And this person is basically, Patricia, is a person that we have in our office that can actually reach a wide range of community organizations, community individuals, so that we can have a better sense of what's going on within our community. Within that comes the management of the Community Advisory Council, something that we talked about, something that existed back in the days of the Harrington administration, made up of community members from the various ethnic communities here in the city, because I'm a strong believer that we can set up whatever programs we want to set up, but if we can't communicate that with the folks in our community, we're almost wasting our time. Sometimes we rely too heavily on social media, too heavily in the posting things in our web pages or in the enterprise for that matter, but there's a lot of people in our community that are pretty foreign when it comes to social media and even the computer and website. So that's why we are a strong believer that by having these community individuals come in with their ideas of what things that we need to do to improve the lives of citizens in the city, but also take information back to those communities to help us share with that community. And I leave an invitation here to you, members of the City Council as well, to utilize this group to help us get word out to the various communities that we deal with. There's language skills within that group. There's diversity within that group. And it's something that I pride myself in terms of being able to share that with our community. You know, there's a lot of work that has been done within municipal construction here in the city. We are basically in the final stages of the needs assessment for our brand spanking new high school. People in our administration think I take way too much time talking about the need for this brand spanking new high school because I think our kids deserve it. And I also think that it will be the catalyst to help us in the development here in our community, because as we have a brand spanking new high school, I think it will bring additional individuals into our community because we'll be able to compete with the schools out there. Right now, we're limited in the number of CTE programs that we provide here in the city. It's not because we don't want to do that, it's the fact that we don't have the spaces or the ability to do that. So this new high school that hopefully we will all get behind and we will all support to get it to fruition within our lifetime so we can see this brand new school come to fruition is something that I think the young kids in our community well deserve, and we should all work towards getting that done. We are still continuing to oversee the completion of the City Hall renovations in the sense. As a matter of fact, we are, one of the things that we noticed from the very get-go is if you look at the bathrooms downstairs on the very first level, they were in deplorable conditions, and we're redoing that with scotch tapes and duct tape or whatever funds we can find to do that, but it's in the final stages. And we are going to make sure that this building and our guests in this building have a decent place to go and use the bathroom. I mean, it might be insignificant for some people, but to me it's valuable in a way because we should be able to provide a nice place for people to use. And we're also in the final steps of completing our public safety building. As you know, that building was dedicated back in October, but here we are in June, and we still don't have everybody moved in. The police is in its final stages of moving in, but yet the fire department is waiting for two-way traffic to become a reality on Warren Ave, and we should be able to get that within a month or so. And then everybody moves in, and then it'll give us some flexibility what to do with the building on Pleasant Street. So I think what is going to happen on Warren Ave is something that we will all be proud of. There's even an augmentation of a new little park that's going to be at the corner of Warren Ave and Pleasant Street, but it'll bring a nice little look into our downtown as well to keep people engaged and seen. I didn't want to say it, but I'm going to say it anyways. There'll be a message board, an electronic message board that we'll use for communicating with our folks because we lack sometimes the ability to do that communication. So if we have a way to do that, that's what we're going to do. We are continuing to improve our personnel services here in the city. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of updating our payroll system. As many of you know, payroll in this building is still done with paper and pencil. We're relying on individuals to do addition and subtraction with papers, pencils, and erasers. And we're going to improve this by electronically doing the payroll system here in the city. And that, I believe, will save this government hundreds of thousands of dollars because I think there's a lot of, there's nothing fraudulent taking place, but there's a lot of deductions and subtractions that are going by the wayside that I think could be captured a little bit better. So that's something that we're going to do. We're also relying heavily on volunteers, individuals. As the CFO was saying, this is a tight budget. We had to lose some positions within city government, not necessarily laying anyone off, but positions that were vacant. We just kept them vacant or defunded as far as the budget is concerned. So we're relying on some volunteers, especially in our office, in the mayor's office. We're going to have members of the COA come in and volunteer in our office at least one afternoon, on the afternoons during the week to help us basically provide a little more customer service while we're in the office. And we're going to continue to do that. As you know, City Hall is now open on Wednesdays until 7 p.m. And we're going to continue to do that. In the past, we had tried this on a Monday night, but often with Monday nights, come holidays, and it kind of throws things off. So we decided that we were going to do it on a Wednesday night and keep it for as long as we possibly can afford to do it. It's not costing us any additional money. We're managing within the budget that we have, within our own means, but the reception has been incredible with individuals coming in and utilizing the services that we're providing beyond 4:30 in the afternoon here in city government. I'm also happy to announce that, the CFO talked about growth. We will soon have tenants at the former Stop and Shop, and I remember Council Farwell, we took a tour up there, meeting some individuals. Jeff, I think you were there as well, don't you? Meeting some individuals from Rhode Island that are looking to open a brand spanking, and Councilor Azak, I think you met with them. You as well too, Council President. I keep forgetting about you because you're too young. That's the problem.
You flatter me.
So we met with these individuals from Rhode Island that are looking to open up a grocery store on the north side of this city. And that has been basically a food desert as far as we're concerned. So we will. They were talking about opening it up in August, but I think it's more like September, because I was just down there not too long ago, and I think they're progressing, but I think it's going to be a little, perhaps conservatively, in September, they should be able to move into that. And we received word not too long ago that we have another company looking into going into the Kmart Plaza, looking to move some production, some paneling production into the U.S. They're an Australian company that's looking to do this, and if and when they come to that plaza, I think it'll be a godsend, because we're looking at, from both ends, the north side with the grocery store and the south side, creating somewhere around 300 jobs for the folks here in the community. So that will be something that we're looking forward to, and we're going to do whatever we can to minimize the impact that sometimes the loss of jobs have in our community. The CFO basically has told you what our commitment is for next year in terms of what we're looking for our general budget, but it's also important for all of us to be rowing in the same direction. Anytime something comes up that could better this community, could improve the lives of citizens in this community, I think it's important for city government, both the city council, the mayor's office, the school committee, for all of us to work together to see to it that positively we can reinforce the needs of growth in this community to make it a lot easier. We all know what an extra $40 every 3 months have done in terms of the garbage or the trash collection here in the city. But the bigger we can make this government in terms of development, the lesser we have to go back into the taxpayers to ask for their constant support. And I want to leave it out here that we are fortunate to have such a good citizenship, in the sense, when you look at the tax dollars into our community, the balance between what the residents pay for taxes in this community for what we collect through our commercial taxes, it's like night and day. We're looking at 84% demands on our residents, and when we're looking at the commercial, at only around 15 to 20%. That's unattainable in the sense, I mean, it's not something that we can't continue to do, so that's why it's important for us to bring the commercial numbers up. We put in some tools in place to make it easier for individuals to be able to license and petition their government to be able to introduce new development in this community. But at the same time, I also rely on you folks to make sure that we're able to do that together so that we can continue to grow that and have our asking and demand of our community's residents a little less. So I want to thank you for hearing me out, and I'm here to be a partner. I'm here, I sat exactly where you folks are sitting for 12 years. I'm now here, but I'm not here. I'm with us, and us need to be together at this so we can continue to make Brockton a great place for folks to live and enjoy. So thank you for allowing me these moments just to address you, and I will answer any questions that you have. I'm sure you're going to have some things about my budget, but and be easy. It's my first budget, so even though I served as mayor for 7 months, but this is basically, I've only been here for 5 months and 3 days, so give me that much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors,
Item 1 is now the mayor's budget.
any questions? Councilor Farwell.
Not a question, just an observation, Mr. Mayor. I think you've set the example for conservative budgeting. You have a reduction in the overall mayor's budget for the coming year with no complaints and no suggestions that the sky is falling, which we sometimes get. I did want to ask you about the amount of money we provide to the Cable Access Corporation. If I have read the information that BCA sent to us, it appears, and I'll have the CFO double check, that they have about $820,000 in cash assets. And if that's true, then I'm not so sure I'm inclined to give them another $675,000 when a portion of that could be done, could be used for other issues such as better communications to our community, better outreach. One of the things that I think this community would be well-served having is if we had a mass casualty incident or we had a natural disaster, BEMA should be able to go live and get information right out to our residents instead of a reverse phone call or something like that. But between now and when we finalize the budget, I'd like to have a quick conversation with you about, do we want to give them the $675,000, or if they do in fact have $820,000 in cash assets, could we cut back on that and use a portion of that $675,000 to better serve the community?
Councilor, I am not exactly sure what they have in their balance, to be honest with you, but between now and when we go through the approval of the budget, I'll find that out.
Thank you.
But one of the things that I also had talked to the folks at BCA is that we were seriously looking into, do you remember back when you were actually mayor, we used to have this Metro News?
Yes.
A nightly news or a bi-week, I think it was nightly news actually. That's something that I'd like to see us returning to, because we are not as fortunate as some of these other communities that have the Channel 4, Channel 5, Channel 7s of the world. And sometimes the only time we see those television stations here in the city is when we have something negative running amok in our community. So that's something that I had discussed both with the board folks, and I was waiting for the new general manager to come in to have that discussion. So by the time we go through the budget, I'll have more of an answer for you to see if, whatever which way we need to tweak this.
I just think there's a lot more we can do.
We can do a lot more.
Given that amount of money, and if they do in fact have a largesse of $820,000, then perhaps we have some options that we weren't aware of. But thank you for your...
No, but I'll do that because that's something that's dear to me, because it's important for us, I believe, to have the ability to communicate with our community. I know in the new public safety building, I was there throughout those, those horrible days of winter when we got clobbered with those 2 snowstorms. And it's nice to be able to communicate directly with the folks at home, and that's something that I'm going to look into because it makes that much of a difference for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Azak, followed by Councilor DeRosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. I am very exciting for our Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Clayton Barros. So I see that there's $100,000 proposed budget. Is that for events that are to be planned for the youth or programs?
Councilor Zach, one of the things that we're looking to do is really investing in our youth in this community. So what we're actually looking for these funds is to continue to provide grants to community organizations that helps us with youth programming in the community, as well as returning to the Youth Summit. Back in the days, we used to have this beautiful summit where we brought in a ton of kids together for one afternoon, one morning, with a variety of programs, so that we put some things in the budget to be able to do that as well. So it's between grants to community-based organizations to help us with youth issues, as well as doing perhaps in the spring, that youth summit that we need to do to bring our kids together.
Very good. The other question I had, I was going to ask about cable, but Councilor Fowler asked about BCA. So we have the Women's Commission, Diversity Commission, Historical Commission, which fall under your budget. And I know the Women's Commission's up and running again, which is very good to see, very exciting. I have received some, inquiries about when the Diversity Commission will, I know you've appointed people, and I think it's a full board. I'm not sure what we need to do to get that moving along. I'm not sure if they're waiting for a chairman or if it's something in your office, but if that's something that we can work on getting moving. I know a few people in the community have asked about when we're going to get the Diversity Commission up and running.
Well, I was waiting for us to survive the budget hearings, and once we do this, I think things kind of slow down a little bit in terms of the psychotic activities that goes on to put together this budget. And once we do this, I think we're going to normalize it and start meeting. First we needed to populate these boards because they were not populated. So as soon as we're done and things are a little more on the comfortable side, we're going to start, not just with that one board, but these other boards that we need to kind of get going.
Well, that sounds great. And thank you again for the Stop and Shop. I was very happy to see that, the daily stops coming in and they're working hard to get that up and running. So I told them I'm pledging to do whatever I can to help them. So we don't want to see empty buildings, but thank you for all your work with that.
No, thank you, because it's a big thing. It's a big accomplishment in the sense if we can get that northern side and the southern side going, I think we'll be in decent shape in the cities. And just the fact that they'll produce some jobs that we're looking at, it will be a godsend to us in our community.
Well, they did actually ask me when I met with them if I could try to get in touch with the former employees, a union, so they could, if whoever hasn't found jobs, they'd be interested in rehiring them. So I'm working on that for them. But
Absolutely.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor DeRosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mayor. My question is kind of on the same page as Councilor Azak. Under the Youth Task Force, the contract service, the $50,000.
Council, that's basically all in line with the fact that we have youth needs in this community. We put some monies in there that we can actually diversify within the youth community to come up with additional plans and programs here for youth in this community. Every day you hear this all the time, that there's nothing for the kids to do, there's nothing for the kids to do. So we decided that we were gonna, put some resources in there. As you can tell, we used $32,000 last year, but this is actually what we subsidize some of these programs that we have, like the YAP program at the association, some of these other programs that we have in the community to utilize that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quick question. When would be the proper time? I know we're speaking the mayor's budget, but regarding revenue or the CFO kind of had a preamble about some of the spending and revenue, and so is that something that would be done at the finance, or is that we can go ahead and speak about that now?
I imagine that the bulk of that would be handled in the finance department with the CFO, but he is here if he's up for, maybe.
Come on, ask him something.
Great. So just a few quick questions. Dr. Clarkson, in your opening statement, you talked about a $20 million reduction in the revenue. Can you tell me how that's calculated? Is that year over year, or how do you calculate a $20 million reduction in city-side spending?
The $20 million reduction, Councilor, was based on, and I have a listing of it here, actually, each department. That is the amount that the FY27 budget was reduced from the original proposals from the departments. So, and I'll gladly share this with you if you'd like. So it's the amount requested by each department and what is proposed in this budget. And so the sum total of what's in this budget versus what the department's requests was a difference of $19,220,000.
Okay. So they present their request, and when you calculate what they were actually given, you're saying that's a $19.5 million difference between what was requested and what was basically budgeted.
19.2, yes.
Okay, understood. Secondly, you talk about the $4 million for the special revenue, and you said that's going to be derived from the sale of the police station. I know we're working on the RFP for the police station now, but that's projected revenue. So what if that doesn't come to fruition? We're counting on $4 million in our budget that hasn't been realized. So can you talk about that and whether that's proper or not, or if you could talk about that?
Yeah, well, let me answer the last question first. Of course, it's proper. And I can tell you, I've been working in some fashion on municipal budgets since 1993. I've never been involved with a budget that has been so scrutinized before it's voted. Ever since the school deficit in 2023, we've worked very closely with the Division of Local Services and the Secretary of A&F. So this budget has gone back and forth for questions from the folks at DLS throughout this preparation process. And so the way that works specifically with that $4 million, and just so you know, that amount is based on an actual appraisal of the building that has been conducted. So it wasn't just sort of a random estimate. We had an appraisal and believe that the sale of that building will generate that or more, especially in this market. So should that not come to fruition, because the money needs to be in hand before we set the tax rate, there's a variety of things that would need to be done, including a reduction in the budget revenue from other sources, use of free cash. As I've said from this table many times, we are very vigilant about the spending that you approve in these budgets every year. And over the last few years, we've had over $10 million in budgeted but unspent funds. I do anticipate that will be the case in a few weeks when we close out this current fiscal year. In addition to that, the police station is the main source, but the mayor has a pretty aggressive program of disposing of other properties as well. And so we do anticipate there are other properties that we could potentially sell for development. So we have a pretty varied contingency plan of what will happen if the sale of that building doesn't come in time to be counted towards revenue.
And that time's essentially November, December of this calendar year? Okay. And then lastly, about the $2 million transfer from our pension obligation stabilization fund. Can you talk about that? I know we had something like 28 million in that fund or something like that to kind of be a firewall against a low market or a bad market. Can you just talk a little bit, are we comfortable transferring that amount into this year's budget when we kind of put that money together as a backstop?
Yeah, of course. Well, there's still more than $20 million in the fund. It has performed very well. Our investments from that initial pension obligation bond have performed very well. And so, and again, that transfer has been scrutinized by outside parties, by our team within the city, by the mayor. So yes, I'm comfortable that that's a responsible use of those funds.
And is that something that's voted on by the pension board to allow for that, for this transfer? Or?
No, not at all. Those funds belong wholly there. It's a regular stabilization fund that belongs to the city. You mean the retirement board?
Correct, yeah,
They
retirement,
don't have
sorry,
any oversight over those funds.
Right, understood. Thank you. That's all I have for the moment.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Green.
Mr. Mayor and Mr. CFO, thank you for your presentation and for the other details today. I do have a couple questions for you, and Dr. Clarkson, if it's more appropriate to ask that during the other finance portion, I'm happy to wait until that time. So, per this FY '27 budget, and just to expand a little bit on what my colleague, Councilor Thompson, was referring to. There's approximately $15 million per this budget where we're utilizing one-time transfers to balance the budget. So it's $9 million from Chapter 324 Reserve, the other $4 million from sale of city assets, properties, and $2 million transfer from the pension stabilization fund. So while technically we're balanced as a budget, I am, however, a little concerned structurally about the budget and what things might look like in future years. So my question is, how long can we, as a city, continue to balance the budget using non-reoccurring revenues to meet these reoccurring expenses? What do we anticipate in FY 28, 29, and 30 relative to these one-time, non-reoccurring revenue sources?
Thank you, Councilor. An excellent question. So last year, the Commonwealth provided us with its largest ever, what they call a community compact grant. And that was a grant from the Commonwealth. And one of the express purposes of this grant was to assist us in actually creating a long-term financial plan. So we're in the middle of that, and when that is completed, I will ask for a resolve so that we can come and discuss that long-term plan and what 28 and beyond look like for us, because I think it's very important to have those discussions. And of course, the use of one-time funds is not optimal. But I would say, you said that technically this budget is balanced. I would assert that it most certainly is balanced. The use of one-time funds is not optimal. I've said that from this table many, many times. But I am proud of the fact that Brockton right now is in a much stronger financial position than many communities in Massachusetts who both have had structural deficits due to rising health insurance and pension costs that they're struggling to deal with. Just down the street, a few miles, the town of Marshfield, well publicized for a much smaller community, is a $7 million deficit. Many communities are facing massive layoffs. The city of New Bedford, until it was bailed out by the legislature, was closing a fire station. And so what we've been able to do responsibly is present a balanced budget that generally preserves those services. As the mayor mentioned, there are some vacant positions that will remain unfilled, but largely services will not be impacted. So we simply don't have the luxury right now, given the tax revenue that I discussed earlier and the state aid, to balance this budget on recurring revenues. We by no means are standing alone in that fact. That is a challenge that exists throughout the Commonwealth. In fact, you'll see lots of discussions amongst public leaders, amongst academics, about whether or not the structure of Proposition 2.5 works anymore, because there are so many communities facing similar challenges. So I think, I certainly won't speak for the mayor, but I know that he is, as I am, proud of the fact that we've been able to present to you a balanced budget with services intact.
Councilor Green, I just want to add, exactly what the CFO said, that there's other communities out there that are putting their budget with Scotch tape as well. Unfortunately, this is why I was asking us all to be cheerleaders of this city, to help us in the development of businesses and infrastructure that actually can make our communities better. Because the more resources we get coming in, the lesser of an impact it's going to have on our budget. Because if we don't, and we continue to survive on the backs of the residents, this thing is going to be ugly and ugly soon. And it doesn't matter who's sitting up there or who's sitting downstairs. It's going to be a real problem. I just wanted to add a couple more things that when we were talking about the $4 million, we've got a real live interest now in the Cochran building. I know that the Cochran building has been a problem for us for quite some time, but we really have an investor who's willing to invest some money into that property. So, with the sale of that property and turning it into a taxable income producing property, it would be a valuable piece for this community as well. We will remember, once the fire department vacates the property on Pleasant Street and the fire alarm next to it, those two pieces of property will be available for sale or disposition by our government, in a sense, and we are looking to turn that into dollars and cents for our community as well as we currently have a real live investor who's willing to put some resources and invest in the Whitman School, another property that's been an eyesore for this community for a long time, but we have somebody that's really interested in doing that. So if we were able to turn these properties into cash, in the sense, I think we can kind of fulfill the needs or the requirements, that $4 million gap that we talked about with the sales of property, because these are real, tangible properties that we're looking at in order to do that. But cheerleading is something that I'm going to be relying on every single one of you, the 11 of you, plus the 7 in the school committee, to help us cheer, and Mr. Clerk as well, to help us cheer as loud as we can for Brockton to make sure that we get the investment and the businesses that we need here in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Clarkson. I just want to echo my excitement and support for the initiative that you put forth for the Youth Summit and for the director through your office to really bring support and empowerment to the youth and provide opportunities and grant opportunities throughout the city for our youth. I was very excited to see that, and I commend you for that vision and for that effort. I also want to lend my support to the question that Councilor Farrell raised in regards to BCA and that whole funding piece, and to kind of explore if there are some additional opportunities there to increase or to improve the services through that forum. Dr. Clarkson, our debt service, and if I'm looking at this correctly, increased by about 12%, roughly. And so my question is, for FY 20, say for the next 3 years, are we anticipating additional borrowing for the other city? And any idea what those may be? And are we on track? Are we in a position to be able to sustain that?
So the short answer is yes. The city is actually in a very strong debt position. And Marty Brophy is with us tonight, and he'll be up just a little later to talk about the debt service budget. But in general, we have a debt service profile that is not only well within the prescribed levels that our bond rating agencies like to see. We have, as we've been discussing publicly, a very significant drop-off in our debt. And so in 2036, the pension obligation debt will retire, and that will present a tremendous, what I call, window of opportunity to take on debt. There's generally two kinds of debt. There's debt within the levy limit, which means that we're paying the principal and interest for debt within this operating budget. All of Brockton's debt right now is within the levy limit. But there's also a possibility to have debt outside the levy limit, meaning over and above the budgetary spending, with the permission of the voters, we take on additional debt, and that's not subject to the limitation of Proposition 2.5. As far as I know, there has never in the history of the city of Brockton been a vote to exclude debt from Proposition 2.5, but that possibility does exist. So when you look at these numbers, and in the back of this budget book, there's a listing of each and every borrowing and what it's for and how much it was and when it expires. That's part of the transparency I spoke of in my opening remarks. So we routinely, when we go to borrow money, the rating agencies look at all of that. They look at everything we've talked about tonight. They look at our financial stability. They look at our debt profile. They look at the competency of the management team, and they rate debt based on all of those things. And we recently, as you know, went to the market just last week for the final $59 million in pension obligation debt, and also approximately $30 million in temporary notes to finish the public safety building and the two-way traffic, and a little bit of money for the high school feasibility study. And I'm happy to note that, that our bond rating was affirmed with what's called a stable outlook. So despite the rhetoric that you may hear, Brockton is very financially stable, and not only the markets, but the rating agencies concur with that conclusion.
Thank you, Dr. Clarkson. I appreciate that. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions for the mayor? Counselor Nicastro.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez and
Good
Mr.
evening, ma'am.
Clarkson. Thank you. I have them on my cell phone. I had a question about, on page 341, under personal services summary, we have $50,000 for part-time salaries. Who will be paid these salaries?
Councilman Castro, that is something that we put in the budget to allow us to hire some interns. You know, some summer interns, some school year interns, because we have a strong relationship with both Massasoit and Bridgewater State University that are looking to provide some interns for us, and that's why we put you know, those part-times, because when you're cutting your staff, you might have to rely on some part-time help to help us get the job done.
Sure.
And that's why we put that in there for us.
Okay, thank you. That's my first question. My second question is, you are now employing a community liaison, public relations associate, but that person and that job is not listed under personal services.
It's not, because we are actually looking to contract a company here to help us promote this city. Because one of the things that we found out is that if you look at some of these other communities, the reason why they're able to attract businesses into their community is because they go full force in promoting their business, in the business of the city. So we're looking at hiring an outside firm, you know, where we can afford to help us promote this city, you know, put out the information that we need to, put out a campaign to help us attract businesses into Brockton.
In lieu of
In lieu of paying in lieu of paying a full-time position that comes along with benefits and some of the other. And those contracts, you can always, if things are not going well, you can always cut them, and you don't have to worry about laying people off and things like that. So that's why, we're looking, from my sitting up there, I'm not really all for, consultants, but in some instances, I think some contracting that you can do to minimize the effects that it actually has on the overall budget of the city, I think it's well worth it.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Lastly, I thank you for addressing my concern about letting the city council know about the watch parties. Can you give me an idea of where they will be held on the dates you recited and the times?
Well, the entire process will take place on those 2 dates. Well, actually, remember 3 dates.
Right.
So 2 are now firm, the 24th and the 26th. They will be located at the Rock Stadium from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until the game's over, for both days. And there's going to be a bunch of children activities all the way around the high school, utilizing the spaces around the high school to help us put together a nice show and promote our city as well. The last one as well with the U.S. team will be done in the same location. Depending on the amount of money we have left, we will have a watch party inside of the stadium, but I'm not sure about the activities on the outside. We're still looking for additional funds because we had asked for $400,000 from the Massachusetts Office of Tourism. They only gave us 175.
175, yeah.
And I think they just shipped us another 25, so 200. So it's half of what we were planning. But we are going to leverage that to make sure that we have a third one for the U.S. team as well.
Okay, and that 25 has to come back to us.
It hasn't shown up yet, so as soon as it shows up, I'll
Checks
bring
in the
it up.
mail. Okay, and tell me, will there be an admission charge?
Well, one of the things that we were looking at is we were going to do it for free at zero cost to the community, but because space is limited, and if we have individuals go out and, let's say, request tickets, and then they don't show up, because a lot of times people go online and request a gazillion tickets and they don't show up, and then you have something that's not very well attended. We came up, I think, with is it $5? We came up with a $5 fee just to make sure that people know that they were paying something to it so that we can control, because we can't have the entire community. I think we're limited by the space. And the public safety personnel are also telling us you can only have 5,000 people in that stadium. You can't have any more than that. So in order for us to control that and have a firm number of people, that's why we came up with that $5. Then we're going to utilize those funds to help us, one, defray the cost, and whatever's left over, we'll donate it to the kids program.
Okay, so do you expect that you will be setting up chairs on the grass?
Well, during the day, basically, until the stadium is open for the watch party itself, is more of like a fun fest for kids.
Okay.
With the youth soccer doing a variety of things, the Boston Legacy coming in and doing some clinics with the kids. So there's a lot of standing around. We'll have some food trucks on the roadway at the high school for people to go. But it's basically a fluid, come and go type of thing for the individuals going to it. And we recommend people to bring their own lawn chairs because we don't have chairs for everybody to go. But it's more for the kids to be in the so-called the pre-watch time. And then once the watch time comes, it's inside of the stadium and they can use the seats at the stadium.
Do you know what time the matches will be held?
I believe the Haitian game is at 6 p.m. And then the Cape Verdean one is at 8 p.m. And those games go on for about maybe 2 hours each. So you figure they'll probably be done by 8, the first one, and probably by 10 or so on the second one.
So one in daylight and one at dusk?
Correct. Well, we have lights at the stadium, so it kind of makes it easier for everybody.
This is true. Are you anticipating having fireworks or anything like that?
We had talked about it, but right now money is a little tight in a sense. But if we can actually pull it off, along with our friends at the Rocks, we're gonna try to do that. But we're actually planning to do fireworks on the 4th of July. We actually have put in some calls, and the fire chief came back and said, yes, we can do the fireworks on the 4th of July. I know it doesn't have to do with the watch party, but as you know, our country is celebrating 250 years this year. especially with Massachusetts being the country itself, celebrating 250 years as well, we felt that it would be appropriate for us to have some nice fireworks for the 4th of July as we celebrate US's 250.
I think it's a great idea, and it may discourage some other illegal displays throughout
Yeah.
the city. Do you expect that you would have them at the Rock Stadium?
No, actually, I think we're going to do it in the middle of the city, you know, somewhere around Snow Park, the Plouffe School area. That's what we put in the dibs for, to keep it centralized. And as you're saying, I think by centralizing and letting people know that we're doing this, there might be a little lesser of the noise making in some of the areas that we normally have them here in the community. Perhaps they can kind of join in and help us out. You know, bring in some of their fireworks. We'll have the experts utilize it so that we don't have the neighborhood fireworks that we normally have.
Well, that's a unique idea.
You know, I'm going to try it.
Bring
you
your
know.
own chairs. and
Bring
it
your
would be
own
at dusk.
chairs, bring your own chairs, sit in your cars and watch some fireworks in the middle of the city to usher in the 4th of July in our community.
Well, I got a lot of information out of you. Thank you.
You see? You're asking for watch parties and you got all that up.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, is there anyone who has not gone yet who would like to go before I go to a second round? Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tavares.
I know. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here, Mr. Cross, all your staff. First, I'm gonna say thank you for period like 6 months. You guys accomplished a lot, and thank you for the budget book was very clear. Actually, it's getting better every year, better for understanding. I totally appreciate it for all you've been doing, and your staffs as well. And in the office with the housekeeper, I'm starting with the housekeeper and to everybody. I just want to say thank you so much. And we're here to support you whatever best we can.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, that looks like the end of questions for the mayor. Anyone else? Seeing none, that's it for the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Budget 2, we have Southeastern Regional Vocational Technical School, Wally McLennan, Superintendent, who is going to be represented by Mark Morris, the Assistant Superintendent.
I was going to say, Madam Superintendent, you got a haircut.
Hey, how are you?
Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. So I know you have a packed budget. I'll try not to take up too much time, but hit all the highlights that we have. Again, I'm Mark Morris, the Assistant Superintendent of Finance at Southeastern Regional, and I'm here to present our FY27 school year budget. The budget for FY27 is a total of $43,677,993, and that's made up of $40,966,418, which comes from state aid of $26,183,132, and local assessments of $14,783,286. We also have regional transportation, which again, I'd like to reiterate, this is to be funded at 100% by the state, but they have in their laws, again, when the funds are available. So when you do see your legislators, let them know that this is very important to the city, because if it was funded at 100%, there would be a zero assessment to the city and the towns we serve. But for this year, we're looking at $2,405,700 for transportation. State aid kicked in $1,613,160, leaving $792,540 to local assessments. We also have our capital acquisitions improvements MSBA bonds of $305,875. From our excess and deficiency account, or as the city refers to, their rainy day account, we're taking $113,875 and $192,000 to local assessments. And that's what we've assessed to our communities. I've been at the school for 16 years. It's been that amount. And as far as I can go back, I've always seen that we've always assessed $192,000 to the communities. So what does that mean for the city of Brockton? So the city of Brockton has an assessment for FY27 of $5,934,808, which is an increase of $548,501. And that also reflects an increase of 5.6% of the student population from the city of Brockton. from FY '26 to FY '27. So 65.9% of our students come from the city of Champions, and we service those at Southeastern Regional. I do want to also reiterate that Southeastern Regional is at net school spending minimums. So when we build our budget, we take that very seriously, and we look at what the minimum that's required for us to spend in net school spending, and we keep that in mind, and we build our budget around that. So again, we're at net school spending this year as we have been for the last 16 years. So that we are asking for what we're required to spend for the FY '27 school year. So we have a couple other, I'm not sure if you had, is this presentation sent to you?
No, it was not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can get you some copies, but there's some additional sheets just for really informational purposes. But I can definitely take any questions that you have and be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. So thank you for the quick presentation, but all we have in front of us is this, which does not, I had a hard time following.
So we were here, we came in February, we presented to the Finance Committee.
Correct.
So I was under the assumption that these sheets would have been shared with you for tonight. I'm sorry. I can definitely get you copies. But it was shared with the city back in February. I'm sorry.
That would be great. I know I'd want to see them.
Yes, I can definitely get you that. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Counselor Charnell.
Good evening. Thank you. So 69%, what does that represent for the student body?
So from the city of Brockton, our total enrollment is 1,726 students. So that's 1,137 students come from the city of Brockton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Counselor Green.
Just for clarity, so I'm catching these numbers correctly. So it's cleared, 69% of the student population is from Brockton, and you mentioned a 5.6% increase in student population. Is that relative to Brockton? Or
So there are ups and
is that
downs in the
overall?
communities, but overall, the 5.6% is relative to the city of Brockton. So from last year, it went from 1,078 students, or when I say last year, this current year, FY '26, 1,078 students to 1,137 students, which is roughly 5.6% increase.
Okay, all righty. So that 10.2% of the budget increase is all because of Brockton, or?
Not all because of Brockton, no. So all our students obviously have the same
Okay.
services. So what happens is so I try to, the rationale I use, let's just take the city of Brockton, for instance. Everyone in the city of Brockton gets the same services, trash pickup, library services, snow removal, but everyone pays a different amount based on their home values, property taxes, and those things. So all the towns belong to Southeastern that we service, and we service all the students the same. They get all the services that we offer, whether they're from Brockton, Norton, Foxborough, or Mansfield. But then the state jumps in and says, based on the property taxes, values of income in the city or the towns, they'll determine the amount that they'll put in for their Chapter 70 funding, and the difference comes from the town or the city based on what they can afford, based on property and income tax return.
Got it, all right. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors? Seeing none, that is the end of Southeastern. Thank you, Mr. Deputy
And I'd also,
Superintendent.
I'm not sure if you've received our, just in case you haven't, if you haven't received our invitation to the graduation on Wednesday, I'd like to extend an invitation to all the council members, the mayor. Please come, graduation's Wednesday at 6 p.m. at Southeastern right on campus. So if you haven't received your invitation, accept this invitation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Morris, but we will be strapped in for a third night of exciting hearings.
Oh, boy.
Be with you in spirit.
Well, if someone's not here, you know where they are.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Budget number 3, we have Veteran Services. Cecile Gomes, Veteran Services Agent.
Good evening, Ms. Gomes. Good evening, Chewy.
Just give a brief overview of your department, how things are going. If they have any questions, I'll help you. No.
Hello, everybody. It's my first time here, so I'm kind of nervous. The department is doing well right now. I think everybody knows that Kelly has been deployed, hoping she's coming back soon. We have no dates. I think one of the biggest add-ons that we had on our department was just extending the part-time, just because we weren't sure when Kelly was coming back. So we have Dave filling in at a part-time position. So that's probably like the biggest section that we have additional funds for.
Thank you. And please express our gratitude and our well wishes to Director Young as she continues her service. Councilors, any questions for Veteran Services? Seeing none, you are off the hook.
No, actually, and then we have Veterans Council.
And you're right back on the hook. Good evening. Anything else for Veterans Council?
No, sir.
No? Council's questions for Veterans Council. Councilor Green.
This is actually not on council, this is on the previous one, if I may. I just want to note, here on page 433, the completion of the remaining placing of the markers on the graves of veteran. So just wanted to commend you and the department for completing that. I think that is very significant and special as well. So just want to commend you for completing that, for doing that.
Thank you. I placed 90% of them, so it was been like a 3.5-year process. So I'm very happy that we finally got it done this year.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors for Veterans Council? Seeing none, now you're off the hook for real.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Budget number 5, we have Tax Collector Treasurer, Martin Brophy, Treasurer Collector.
Good evening, Mr. Treasurer.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. I'd like to start off by thanking my staff. We deal with every dollar of this budget, and I feel my staff does a great job ensuring that everything is posted correctly and every dollar is taken care of. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Councilors? I see no questions for the Treasurer. Oh, Councilor Nicastro.
Good evening.
And you and I exchanged emails about
Yep.
on page 423.
That's actually the next budget.
Thank you. I apologize.
That's actually the debt budget.
That's the next one. Okay, I'll be patient. I also asked you on page 415 about collections of tax title being down.
Yeah, that can vary by year. I mean, it's not a budgeted item. It's obviously, what's recorded at the registry. So some years we have a lot of properties that are redeemed, which brings in a good chunk. We have people who do try and pay regularly that are in informal payment plans where they're trying to get caught up. But it's not a figure that stays steady every year. All
right, probably subject to economic times as well.
It is, yes. And it goes, when housing downturns, we don't get a lot of redemptions and, so if houses are selling, then we might make a good amount.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Did you have something to add, Dr. Clarkson, before I went to Councilor Green?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to note, overall, this is one of very few budgets that actually has a substantial increase. And you'll note in the salaries, if you look on page 421, under full-time salaries, there's an increase of 24%. The reason for that is we are transitioning the payroll office from the auditing office to the Treasury Office. In my experience, in most communities, payroll is a function of Treasury and not accounting. So if it has traditionally been under accounting or what we call auditing here, but we are making that change. And so you'll see not only a significant increase here in Treasury, but in a couple of nights when we get to auditing, you'll see a significant reduction in their payroll costs. And I just wanted to highlight that for all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Clarkson. Councilor Green.
So just a quick question on, and I know my colleague touched on that briefly. On page 417, I just noted that the collection rate for motor vehicle excise tax down by 10% in comparison from FY25, and just wondering what do you think would account for that, and what can be done to get that back up to 90?
That's basically based on the fiscal year. The first commitment goes out in February. So some years we can get 3 commitments in, some years we can get 2. So it can base, basically on the amount of bills that actually hit the street within a 4-month period.
Okay.
So it's pretty much, we cut everything off at June 30th just to have a fiscal year amount. The overall revenue from motor vehicle excise within a fiscal year is $10 to $11 million based on collecting prior years as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rofi. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Farwell.
I just had a question on part-time salaries, page 421. I noticed only $10,000 went up 207%.
The part of that is the collective real estate committee, the 3250 that is part of it. The other part is there was in the contract we saw a stipend for clerical. I'm not sure that's part of the budget, but that was kind of rolled in there. At the time, I don't think the contract had even been signed, so we kind of put a number in there. But honestly, if there's interns, part-time interns that could help out in the treasurer's office, that would be very helpful to have that. We've never really had much in the way of part-time salaries, and at times we could probably use some part-time help. So I'm happy. What I originally put in was the $32.50 in part-time salaries, but finance moved some money in from stipend.
All right, and overtime went up because you're having more employees come in and
the Wednesday nights.
Transitioning to a new payroll system?
Well, no, it's actually based on the Wednesday nights.
Okay. And by the way, I have no objection to being open Wednesday night. I think that's a great idea, but it does come with some cost. I mean, we've got to be honest about that.
Yeah, it does. Basically, you can offer. I mean, I basically told my staff you could take some comp time if you want, or we'll pay you the overtime.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Charnell.
Thank you. The Registry of Deeds fees, again, I'm just new to this. So in FY25, it was $51,516, and it seems to flatten out to $10,000 for 26 proposed. Is that just, did you just shift where that money?
Well, pretty much the Registry of Deeds is for instruments of taking and instrument of redemptions. Currently, the price is $106. When the tax rate is set, I'm allowed to put money in for tax title to do the work. So I start with a base of $10,000. If I need extra money, when we get to the third quarter, I'll add extra money. I can do that for legal, advertising, and Registry of Deeds. So that's my baseline in those 3 items, but if I need to have more money in my budget, I usually put it in on the third quarter when we're setting the tax rate.
So it's a timing thing?
Yeah, and then it'll be moved in to the budget, increases my budget.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors? Seeing none.
Item 6, we move to Treasurer's Debt Service and POB.
Good evening again, Mr. Treasurer.
Good evening. This is pretty straightforward, so I'll take any questions.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Mr. Brophy.
Good evening.
This is concerning some of our debt, and it looks like the 2005 pension obligation bond debt looks to reach its maturity next year, freeing up what looks to be, is that a $12 million payment that we're making on that debt? Can you just maybe talk about what that does for our overall debt obligation? I believe when we made our borrowing for the public safety complex, it was spoken about doing some principal interest-only borrowing up until this debt came off the books, and then we would start paying principal on the public safety complex borrowing. Is that still what's going on, or can you tell us what benefit does this debt coming off our books mean for our debt obligation?
This actually is the only portion of the pension debt that is in the treasurer's debt. Some of it is in the retirement. We also took into account this with the 2021 borrowing we did. That would kind of increase some there, and also the public safety. So taking this and kind of taking those two and increasing as we went along since this dropped off.
Councilor, to just follow on with what the treasurer said, when we crafted the payback of the 2021 POB, the payback schedule, in the debt industry, it's called, we wrapped it around the 2005. And so the payback for the 2021 POB was structured in a way that we knew that the 2005 POB was retiring. And so the payment schedule blended the two so that the impact was as smooth and as consistent as possible. So I think more specifically answer your question, there isn't a windfall of debt opportunity that will occur once the 2005 POB concludes, because we knew that and took advantage of it in structuring the 2021 POB.
So the 21 POB, and maybe you said some of the public safety debt kind of levels out. So are we doing interest, not levels out, meaning that it replaces it?
Not the public safety.
Okay.
Public safety, we are still issuing, those are the $30 million in temporary notes that I mentioned a few minutes ago. So we are still issuing temporary debt for the public safety building.
And when does that become more wholesome debt?
When the treasurer and I think that it's the best timing for that. We have up to 10 years of temporary debt legally. And so that's part of our overall debt management plan. The high school falls into that, and so it's part of the long-term debt plan that we're working on.
So the 21 POB kind of just replaces the 205 POB, essentially?
Essentially.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilor? Councilor Farwell.
Page 423, short-term, interest on short-term notes, that is up. It's projected to be $1.239 million. Give me an example of what a short-term note would be. Why would we use it, and are we using them now? Do we have some that are outstanding?
That's actually the temporary debt. So we have $22 million that's coming due in October to roll. We're adding an additional 26. That was what we just went to market. So how we borrowed this was the debt we just took, the temporary, the 30 million, we're temporarily borrowing it for 4 months to keep the interest low. The other debt, there's one for the outstanding debt for 22 million, that's a year. That's 735,000. So that's where the majority of the money comes. We borrowed that for a year. That's a year's worth of interest on that 22 million.
Where is the money that's borrowed going? How is it apportioned?
Well, again, the money for the public safety building is for the building itself and the two-way traffic. we've kind of split that, 22 million was split up. And the other 26 that we're just about to borrow, or will get on Friday, will also be split between the two projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
And
you,
again,
Counselor.
we have time to do the temporary borrowings just to save on principal payments as well.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Charnel?
So just a quick question on the debt. So within the borrowing for the public safety and that debt, was the debt service that is being quoted here included in the borrowing?
Everything but the outstanding public service safety one, the 22 million, is not new money.
Okay.
We borrowed that in October of last year.
Okay.
We're adding the other 30, and 3 million of this 30 is stormwater, which is an enterprise fund, and we'll pay the interest on that.
Okay, outside of, okay.
Outside of this.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Councilman Castro?
Thank you. Mr. Brophy, I just wanted you to comment. In this area, there's a discussion of the rating marks for long-term bonds, and I'd like you to comment on the city of Brockton's ratings and what they mean.
Well, actually, S&P on the POB, it was, as Dr. Clausen said, it was a AA minus stable. That's actually a pretty damn good rate. I don't know what AA would be the only other rate higher. And the fact that it's a stable outlook, if you remember, for a little while, our outlook was negative when we had the deficit. So the fact that we're back to being stable. And again, when we sold that pension bond, how much was offered in sales?
We offered 59 million in pension bonds, and the requests from investors was well over 300 million. So that demonstrates the confidence that the market has in our city, where it was more than 5 times the offering was the interest in the market in purchasing those bonds.
It's really good. I wrote to you, Mr. Brophy, last night about page 428, the Pension Stabilization Fund, and I asked you, this section discusses the city's plan to contribute up to $5 million each year to this Pension Stabilization Fund. And I asked you whether we have been doing that, and your reply to me was that the fund balance is now $23.3 million. An additional $2 million went in FY23. However, since the school deficit of $18 million back in '23, no additional funds have gone in as we've scrambled to cope and adjust. And I just want to say, to maintain that rating. Pardon?
I don't think I had included that last part.
Well, no, that's me, sorry.
Okay.
What I want to say is that I have to commend the two of you, because for us to maintain that rating and still be coping and adjusting and dancing, trying to get ourselves back on track, it's really very laudable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ideally, the goal was $5 million a year for, almost build it up to a $40 million fund, but, obviously, times changed.
But we're halfway there.
We're halfway there.
Which is really good.
And again, in 2038, the pension debt is all paid for all the POBs.
Right.
2040 is the legal to have this city 100% funded. And so we're probably on great track to make sure we're there. And this fund down the road can help if, you can be at 100% one day fully funded, and a week later you're at 90% based on, market investments. So this fund is, even if it's $26 million, it will be a great benefit to the city.
Sure. Knock on wood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk.
Budget number 7, we have the assessor.
Treasurer.
John O'Donnell, Chairman.
evening, Mr. Assessor.
Good evening, councilors. The assessor's budget's been reduced by 20.8% this year. We've eliminated a part-time position, and we still have a vacant, unfunded administrative admin 2 position. Can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilors? Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Mr. Assessor. Page 155, when it comes to purchase of services, I see what looks to be a 62% decrease in that line item. Could you explain that?
Yeah, last year was our 5-year certification program, so we're back on interim, so we don't hire any outside contractors. Most of the work will be done by ourselves.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors?
Yes.
Councilor Castro.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell, thank you for answering my questions this morning.
Anytime.
And I wanted to ask you about, I understand that you are now in charge of the vacant and abandoned property list.
Yes, I am.
While I have you here. And so I just wondered, why have you assumed that title? And what are you doing with it?
That's what he's going to.
Let me answer that.
Okay.
Back in 2019, under the leadership of Mayor Carpenter, John and Marty Brophy and I made a proposal to the mayor that the vacant and abandoned building property fund, the maintenance of it, would be better suited to be managed out of the assessor's office because the assessing team is out in the community every day. That what they do is go out in the community and they inspect and look at buildings and then make determinations on value. And so a big part of the vacant and abandoned building fund was understanding which properties were vacant and then assessing them the fees. And so Mayor Carpenter obviously wasn't able to complete his term. We had some discussions over the years with Mayor Sullivan, but that change didn't come to fruition. One of the policy priorities for Mayor Rodriguez has been to revitalize that because, frankly, the operation was, you can see, and I can get for you, the revenue into the fund has declined steadily over the last few years. And so the program itself really was not aggressively pursued. And as Mayor Rodriguez has stated time and time again, the cleanup and the revitalization of the city is a top priority for him. So we were able to, John and Marty and myself and the new solicitor, Jay O'Brien, and some outside counsel were able to meet with the mayor and make a proposal. And the new ordinance came to the city council and you passed it in support of changing the way we do business. And so that's recently, just as of today, we were able to get from the IT department some of the old lists that were maintained by the public property department. And I think you'll see some pretty significant activity related to that program in the very near future. Anything I didn't cover?
No, the other thing is that I review deeds every month or every week, so I know what properties are foreclosed on or banks are in possession of. So then we can go out and look at them and see if they are vacant and abandoned. So that's how we're going to restart the program.
And you receive a report from the Registry of Deeds every week?
No, I get deeds. We just print them. We go in and print them every week.
Okay.
All deeds.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors? Councilor Green.
Just a couple of questions for you. On page 152, just looking at your performance measures. So I noticed there's a decrease in real estate abatement applications for FY 26. The projected amount was 208, and for FY 27 it's 175. Just wondering what was accounting for that reduction, and in relation to that, well, not in relation, but how does your staff reduction affect your overall functions, and specifically taking on the new abandoned property list. Are you able to kind of fulfill those
Yeah, we
functions
can.
with your staff reduction?
It's part of what we do every day anyway, so it's, once we get the list straightened out, because it has been maintained in probably 2 years, once we get it straightened out, we'll just do, every 3-4 months, we'll go out and inspect the properties that are on the list. It'll be a few hundred properties, I'm assuming. So it'll be no problem. And the reduction in abatement applications, because we're doing a better job, I believe. And when I first started here 12 years ago, we'd have 500-600 applications every year. And so our values are certified by the state, and not many people, contest them.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Assessor.
Thank you.
Budget number 8, we have Health and Human Services. Dr. McCullough, Commissioner of Health and Human Services.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, counselors. Thank you for having me today. I want to thank you again for encouraging me, accepting me in this position. As you know, I'm still fairly new. So if there is a question that I can't answer, I'll be sure to get that to you as quickly as possible in a timely manner. So take it away.
Thank you. Counselors. No questions for Department. Councilor Castro.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. McCullough.
Hi, good
And
evening.
thank you for responding to my questions by email. And so the last question I asked you, and we said we'd talk about it tonight. So the ordinance that creates Health and Human Services also creates a committee. How are you going to work with that committee, or what are your goals for that committee?
So the committee you're referring to is the Advisory Council on Health. So as the mayor stated during his session, that you have a couple of final candidates coming through. And these last candidates will make up the total 9. And I envision that I will provide, some orientation around municipal government, how local health departments work, and the shared responsibility of them and myself, with me being the chairperson, but also providing them really a framework. I love to work in frameworks. I am a researcher, a doctor of public health candidate. So a lot of, what I do is around frameworks. There's a framework called Health and All Policies. And I plan to approach this council with that particular framework so that they have a great understanding of the work that it is that we do in public health and how, all of their minds, they work in different areas, but how each of their areas actually contributes to public health. I think everything has to do with public health. And I want to show that the things that we can accomplish, maybe the ideas that we have for certain public health regulations or initiatives and programs in the city can involve everything that they do every day, and how we could, think about it in a strategic way to build out these things and recommend them for, different committees or other councils to do as well as myself, of course.
I wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Counselor Azak, followed by Counselor Green.
Thank you. Let's see. I just had a quick question, Doctor, on the organizational chart. This is something I've been asking for a few years now, and I'm not sure how we're going to fix it, but obviously you have yourself, the executive health officer, the nurses, the community health workers, epidemiologists, but then you have an animal inspector. I'm confused why the animal inspector. I know that when we rewrote the inspectional services, this position should have gone with the inspectors, but I don't know what we need to do to to move it, unless you feel that this is the right place for it, so.
So I will say this, a lot of, all of their guidance comes from the Department of Public Health. So it honestly does fall under the Public Health Department, Health and Human Services. And I feel the same way about ISD. I don't know the historical aspect of, why that moved out of that department, but honestly, all of their guidance and work comes from the direction of the Department of Public Health. So that's why I feel it does.
The animal inspector?
Yes.
Okay, because there's a bit of confusion. People think that they're, that it's with the animal, it's not animal control.
No, it's not animal
It's a
control.
barn inspector. They're supposed to inspect the habitat of farm animals, chicken, we have goats in the city, we have some, so that's a job. So I was just so it does fall under,
Yes.
under that. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Green.
Congratulations again, Dr. McCullough, and welcome.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions for you. One is kind of a more general one, and if you need to get back to me on that, you can. From what you've seen so far in your role, what do you think are some of the top kind of public health concerns facing Brockton?
Facing Brockton, I would say the top concern of mine are the changes to Mass Health that are coming. There are changes that are going to be implemented in October of this year. But in January, actually January 1st of 2027, there's going to be significant changes to how people are redetermined or how they re-enroll in Mass Health. Currently, it's only a year. Every year you have to redetermine your status. Come 2027, January 1st, it'll be every 6 months. And then there'll also be new work requirements that aren't currently in place in Massachusetts that are going to be required by the federal government. And these work requirements include working, of course, for 80 hours a month, proving that. But that could also include going to school. That could also include volunteerism. So the state is already doing a lot of work. Mass Health is already doing a lot of work to try to sync systems so that they speak to each other, so it'll be easier for individuals to re-enroll in Mass Health. But there are still going to be, certain populations that aren't going to, benefit from those, new implementations, those changes. And those are people who are unemployed. And with the rates that is going right now, there are a lot of people losing their jobs and who could potentially lose their health insurance. When you start having a mass of people losing their health insurance, you're going to overpopulate your ERs, your emergency departments, and you do not want to have that. Because that means that there's going to be longer wait times. There are going to be people who cannot be seen in the emergency department and receive the help that they need, because you're going to have a lot of people there who are just there for basic care that they can't get at primary care providers. So it's going to be imperative that we find ways to keep people on their health insurance, their Mass Health. And I am already working with our healthcare institutions in the city, trying to figure out how we could create systems, whether that's, making sure that we have enough CACs, which are certified application counselors, to ensure that, people can easily re-enroll into Mass Health. How can we develop a system where there is a volunteer role, like how we have career websites? How can we have a volunteer website where people could easily find ways to volunteer? So even if they can't find work, they could find a way to volunteer somewhere so that they could keep their Mass Health and easily re-enroll, because those are going to be the people who are going to be left out of these Mass Health changes that are being implemented by the state. So I've already been trying to figure out a way to do that. I have a meeting, thank you to Nelson, who isn't here, who sent an email from the BMC volunteer coordinator or director. So we have a meeting this week to talk about volunteer opportunities at BMC, but also I want to understand the system that they use to monitor, because they have a huge volunteer program. I want to understand that electronic system that they use in order to keep people informed about volunteer opportunities and get them easily into those opportunities, because we're going to need something like that in Brockton. I also applied for a grant when I first started that is like an AI-based platform that can help people easily re-enroll into Mass Health as long as they are able to answer questions, and it's through a phone call. Through a phone call, and not, necessarily through the internet, because we know everybody does not have access to the internet. So trying to find new and innovative ways to address this concern, this problem, proactively, instead of, being in a reactive state and we're trying to catch up. I'm trying to make sure that, we have systems in place to meet the needs of our constituents, those who are most vulnerable and who could, suffer the most with this issue that's coming. So that's the top of mind all the time.
Thank you. And I think you anticipated a couple other questions I had, so you just answered them in terms of what are your plans from your department in terms of community engagement, both on the individual level as well as on the organizational level. So leveraging and working with existing community partners, hospitals and clinics within the city to address some of these particular needs that you've addressed. So thank you for answering that. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Seeing none, you are free to go, Doctor.
Item 9 is the Brockton Public Schools. Dr. Priya Tahiliani, Superintendent.
Good evening, City Council President Lally and esteemed members of the City Council. Thank you so much for having me here this evening to present the Brockton Public Schools FY27 budget. Our net school spending budget comes from two sources. The state provides aid, which is also called Chapter 70, and the state also establishes an amount that must be allocated by the city, which is also called the local contribution. This gives us our net school spending budget. From this amount, we pay for chargebacks to the city that are outlined in something I'm sure you all have heard about extensively, which is Schedule 19. That then gives the schools our FY27 budget for next fiscal year. So I want to dive a little bit deeper. I don't know, can you see the chargebacks?
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can, okay. So I want to dive deeper into our city chargebacks, which again are often referred to as Schedule 19. So these are the upfront costs that we pay to the city. Here you see our Schedule 19 costs over the last 2 years, as well as what has been proposed to us for FY27. Chargebacks include portions of salaries for city employees who work on school-related items like payroll and procurement, as well as costs incurred by the city for the schools or held on the city side, such as health insurance and pension costs. With the exception of the maintenance cost of $350,000, which we are no longer being charged, all other charges have gone up. While we were expecting increases in health insurance and had accounted for those costs as we were planning our FY27 budget, one cost that we were not expecting to go up so drastically this year is the pension contributions, which has gone up by 36%. So you may have heard that this has been a significant topic of conversation over the past month, and I will be diving into it deeper later in the presentation. But altogether, these city chargebacks have gone up collectively by 10%. So this slide gives you an idea of how our budget has changed from FY26 to FY27. So this includes our Chapter 70 aid and the local contribution, which again are calculated by the state. As you can see, there has been an increase of 2.1% for our Chapter 70 aid and an increase of 3.6% for our local minimum contribution, which should bring our overall budget to an increase of 2.4%. However, because our city chargebacks and Schedule 19 costs have gone up so dramatically, our bottom line net school spending budget is only up by $100 or 0%. Here's our enrollment over the past 5 years. FY25 did have a brief uptick, but FY26 has dropped back down sharply, a decline of almost 600 students. Because enrollments did decline around the state, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education held districts harmless this year. So we should have been funded as if we still had over 15,000 students and should have seen an increase as a result of it being the last year of the Student Opportunity Act. However, again, we are only realizing an increase of $100. I think it's important to note that fewer students doesn't automatically mean lower costs. We have many fixed costs, such as buildings, admin costs, utilities, that don't scale down with enrollment. And if the students who remain are disproportionately in need of high services, so for example, special education services or English learners, per pupil costs can actually rise even as a head count falls. So to that end, Brockton's population of high-need students is far greater than the state average, as we know. Here you see the comparison of our percentages in gray with the state's in pink of students who are high needs, low income, or English learners. As for students who are on IEPs, we are actually very comparable to the state, as we're at 22% and the state's at 21%. Brockton also proudly serves one of Massachusetts' most diverse populations, with 90% of our students being students of color. Still, despite our high needs diverse population of students, as of FY24, Brockton has a lower per pupil expenditure than Fall River, Lawrence, Lowell, Lynn, New Bedford, Springfield, and Worcester, which are districts that are comparable to ours. This is the last per pupil expenditure that DESE has published, which is why we're going back to FY24, but I can certainly provide those updated numbers when they come out. So as a result of all of our investigations and audits, BPS has been committed to improving our processes when it comes to finance and budgeting. So actually, this is a slide that I presented to all of you last year, which is why it's the FY25 budget improvements, as these are improvements that I had reported to you last year, namely of which was the elimination of the famous 199 account, and as a result, beginning to better delineate our budgetary line items. As we were doing that, we also tried to ensure that we were creating account structures that aligned to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education so that it would be easier to pull the end of year report. And finally, as we were parsing out all of the expenses, we were doing our best to use our actual spending to help us create our budget for this year. As for this past year in FY26, we have continued to build upon this progress by finally implementing a process by which our school committee can see and sign off on warrants. We also successfully demonstrated our progress in our reports and subsequent meetings with the Inspector General. While I had hoped that our Munis upgrade would include a transition to position control, as that is what we did in my last school district when we upgraded Munis, I was actually not a part of that conversation, so our team internally in BPS has actually begun that process on our own. And finally, while there is still much more to do, we did spend the year analyzing our different areas of purchasing and spending so that we could determine areas where we could leverage our funds better. So for example, this past year, we worked on bringing down our costs in several different areas that included overtime, transportation, Amazon purchases, and even benefits within our collective bargaining agreements. Here you see a snapshot of our February costs for transportation, just for extended hours fueling and overtime, as the regular hours stayed the same much year to year. You will notice that last year the cost went up for extended working hours, and that is because we increased the number of field trips and extracurriculars that we were able to support. However, this year we were able to, even with those additions and those additional services, we were still able to bring down costs. We continue to monitor this information because while we have to cut it multiple different ways in order to really compare apples to apples, because like I mentioned for this in particular slide, while it looks at total cost, it doesn't look at number of trips. The important thing is that we are looking at the data constantly, we are analyzing it to see what it tells us, and we are using it to help us operate differently moving forward. We've also done a deep dive on our Amazon purchases, not only how they are done, but almost how much we are spending. We went through all of the purchases and we were able to identify that we spent over $1 million in 1,500, a little over 1,500 purchase orders. Our goal was then to look at what was being purchased, which you see on this slide, to see if there was a single vendor who consistently offered the lowest price for all products. But you will see from the highlighted gray area on the chart that when comparing unit prices, it actually varies from vendor to vendor. Still, this gives us important information so that we can plan our purchases ahead of time, buy more in bulk in order to get more competitive prices, and this also saves on the amount of sweat equity that is going into making 1,500 purchase orders or separate transactions across the district. So here, for example, you see some of our biggest purchases. So one of the things that we'll be looking at is buying headsets in bulk, felt tip markers, number 2 pencils, etc., and then having them delivered to schools. Of course, before doing so, we will be working with principals on this project to ensure that what we are seeing here is actually meeting their needs and that this data appropriately reflects what we want to have happen moving forward. But again, we are looking at all of our purchases to be more effective. So we had already been working on cutting expenses over the course of the year, as we did know that health insurance costs would be going up. We also knew that we had negotiated 5 different contracts, so we were planning for COLAs, and also we wanted to start to prepare for the end of the Student Opportunity Act. So I believe we did make thoughtful cuts throughout the year, but since April 30th, when we were given notice of our final budget numbers, we had to make more drastic cuts totaling over $5 million. We did receive an additional appropriation on May 11th of $760,000, so we were able to add back positions. Here you see 3 versions of our budget. For us to be level funded, which would have obviously been our ideal scenario, we would have needed $258 million, and that is even with making some strategic reductions. However, when we saw our numbers on April 7th, we knew that we would need to at least eliminate our vacancies to get closer to the $254 million that we had been allotted. However, with the number falling as it did on April 30th, we did have to vote on reductions in force. So here you see 3 versions of our budget numbers. What we would have needed to be level funded, the amount that the city has proposed to us, and the middle is the amount that the school committee voted for us to request here at City Council tonight, which would allow us to add back our vacancies. But altogether, to get to the $251 million, you can see here all of the different steps that we took previously and even more recently at a high level to address our shortfall. So again, this encompasses all of the reductions that we made over the course of the year and over this last month. We are using our carry forward from this year to prepay tuitions. So out-of-district tuitions, resident tuitions for up to 3 months, as Mass General Law allows us to do, as well as collaborative tuitions for the entire year. We are also budgeting many of our special education services on circuit breaker for next year. We are decreasing our tech budget and our instructional supplies budget. We have plans to centralize printing, and as you can see from that line, we have reduced staff. On the net school spending, non-net school spending side of the house, we had also already made some strategic reductions, specifically in community schools. We were able to move several of the expenses onto the net school spending side. We wanted to provide this offset as we know that transportation is expensive, and we wanted to allocate more of our resources to that line item. The last 2 years, we have not made requests that reflect the actual expense. So for FY25, we filled the gap with circuit breaker funds. For FY26, we were only given $17 million for non-net so that the city could appropriately balance the budget, which is why you received the additional letter requesting from me $4.6 million for FY26 to pay for transportation. For this year, even though I know you have only allotted $18 million, I want to be forthright about what the actual costs will be. If we are keeping transportation in-house, which we are, and which is still the most fiscally appropriate or effective way to run our transportation, we do need to appropriately fund it. We have succeeded in bringing down the overall cost of transportation, but now we not only need to fully fund it, but we also need to be planning for the future, which means planning for replacement of at least 10% of our vehicles per year, which is included in this $22 million figure that you see. I will at least say that this cost, again, is significantly lower than any of the bids that we recently received when we went out. But again, we know that it is still a very significant cost. I wanted to end not only with an explanation of circuit breaker, but also a status update on what we have left in that account. So as some of you may know, the circuit breaker program is meant to reimburse districts for 75% of costs, including instruction and transportation, that exceed the annual per student claim threshold. The annual per student claim threshold for FY26 was $53,431, meaning that all out-of-district students exceeding that threshold would be reimbursed for 75%, so not all of that cost, but 75% of that cost for instruction and transportation costs for that student. Through circuit breaker funds. You may have heard that we are all working with our legislators to lobby for that to be brought up to 90%. Again, that still wouldn't cover the full cost, but that would hopefully fund it or lower the gap that we are trying to fill. Here you see by fiscal year our circuit breaker revenues and expenses, along with what has been used towards transportation. You will notice that a significant amount, if not sometimes all of the amount, has been used for transportation since FY23. Unfortunately, because of our year-over-year use of this account, at this time we only have a little over $1 million left in this account to use. So even if the school committee votes to use circuit breaker, we will still need more funds to make up the gap for the current fiscal year. And again, that is why I am trying to make sure that everyone knows what the upfront costs are for FY27. So I know I sent this presentation to you over the weekend, and I had included some additional sections in the presentation just to give more context around pension obligation bonds and transportation expenses. But I'm happy to stop here for now and answer any questions you may have. All I will say about the pension obligation bonds is that there is some disagreement between the city and schools on how to calculate the school's share, and this essentially becomes the issue with Schedule 19. I think that what I believe needs to happen is that we need to explore all of the different options and calculations and then choose a consistent method that allows all of us to plan for the future. What I'm hoping to avoid is what happened this year, which was a belief that we would be charged one way on April 7th, only to find out that we would be charged a different way on April 30th. Good budgeting practices require pre-planning, and I'm hoping that we can all commit to that to the future. And at this time, I'll take questions.
Dr. Clarkson, did you want to come up as well?
My clarifying points, Mr. President, are actually on the portions of the presentation that weren't provided. Unfortunately, I was not provided the PowerPoint presentation, but a couple of the counselors did forward it to me. So I just wanted to make a couple of points in general on the pension bonds, and then specifically on how they're calculated. In the PowerPoint presentation you saw, there were 4 proposed methodologies for calculating what the school's share of the city's pension cost could be. I'd like to start out, though, in reminding everyone that lost in all the rhetoric related to the pension obligation bonds is the overarching fact that the 2021 pension obligation bonds actually saved the city an estimated $90 million. And that's been lost in all of the discussions that we've seen that have happened over the last several weeks about this. And those are real dollars that would have been paid by the city and the schools to meet the rising pension costs. And so I think it's really important that we know that, and you heard from Marty earlier, how much of a success that initiative has been. But the methodologies referenced in the PowerPoint, it's really important to stress that the first 2 methodologies were actually developed by the school department's consultant, both the 62.4% and the 49%. And so they weren't calculations that were thrust upon the schools by the city, but they were developed by the city's own consultant. In the past several years, we have essentially negotiated a number that was used as part of the overall net school spending. But I also want to note that the notion that's been put forth that primarily by members of the school committee, that the advent of deductions for pension cost is something brand new is just not true. I was on a meeting with DESE well over a year ago where I was advocating forcefully for the city taking and getting more credit for its pension costs than it was. Mayor Sullivan at the time elected, in the interest of working together, to adopt a budget for this current fiscal year that reflected a reduced credit for those pension bonds. And I think that's important as well. I think one of the themes of the presentation was the varied figures that have been used for our pension obligations. One of the reasons for that is, as we sit here tonight, the amount for which the city will be responsible for total pension costs in fiscal year 2027 is unknown. We don't have an exact figure. We estimated a figure for purposes of the budget. We estimated a figure for purposes of a proposed pension deduction. But because the bonds just went to market last week, and we haven't even sold them yet, and because after we pay the Brockton Retirement Board $59 million, the actuary will then provide an updated accumulated liability figure. It will be then and only then that we'll have an accurate figure for 2027. I reviewed all of what I've just said with our outside contractors and support today, just to make sure I was on firm footing in what I'm saying, and they concur. So any way you slice it, and I know in the PowerPoint presentation there's a brand new proposal that's called the DESI Preferred Proposal. I haven't seen it. I heard about it for the first time last Friday. It is a significantly reduced percentage. I will tell you, and happy to have our finance consultants come in that deal with this and deal with pension bonds across the United States every day. What they suggest is the preferred method is method number one, that looks at total payroll for both school and city retirees, and that's the one that calculates the school's responsibility at around 49%. But when you take the total cost of the 2005, the 2021, and prospectively the 2026 pension obligation bonds, any way you slice it, the proposed net school spending budget that the mayor put forth in this budget exceeds that net school spending calculation, we believe by several $1 million. And so it's really important, I think, as these figures continue to be discussed at school committee meetings, that you understand the amount of work and the amount of people that have contributed to those calculations.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. Councilors, questions for the superintendent on the budget? Councilor Griffin, followed by Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Superintendent. I've got a few questions. First of all, I want to thank the budget well done. Thank you. In your former district, when would you sign the Schedule 19 MOU?
That is a great question. So in my former district, we used to sign it in August or September of every year. And that was our agreement for that following year. We would also revisit it. But it was voted on at a school committee meeting after it had been presented, after it had, as Dr. Clarkson said, it would be negotiated, but a sign of a negotiation is that there's some sort of end result, which is an agreement of some sort. And so that would be the memorandum of understanding. So we would do that in September or October. I know from having seen other districts recently, as we're sharing our Schedule 19s, that Dracut signed theirs in September, in October, and Chelmsford signed theirs in November. It tends to be at the start of the year. I will say that we have not had a Schedule 19 here in Brockton. And I think that that ends up being the crux of the disagreements that you hear back and forth. I think the best thing that we can do is sit down, hash out these conversations, have a real negotiation, and then come to some kind of consensus. In a consensus, we won't all be happy. And Dr. Clarkson is right. Actually, all four scenarios were provided to us and supported by our consultant. And they do range in different percentages, but I think it's important for everybody in this room and those on my school committee to be able to actually engage in the discussion in an informed way and then be able to decide what's best for the city.
That sounds very reasonable. I also want to touch on the pension obligation. If the city wanted to go back and get credit for the pension obligation interest that the schools weren't charged before, how would they go about doing that?
So yes, as Dr. Clarkson said, there is a assertion that that the city has been over net school spending by millions of dollars. And I believe that that assertion is built on the idea of the fact that the city has not been charging the schools the full amount of interest. However, in order to do that, we would have to go back and amend our end of year reports. I will say that we have already amended our FY23, FY24, and FY25 reports since I have been here in this role, and I've only been here for 2 years, and I don't think in my last district that was not a typical practice, and I don't know. Again, when you're going back to like correct it or redo something, or oh, I wanted more credit for that, less credit for that, it just, again, it doesn't feel to me like we're planning appropriately ahead of time. But that is, if we were to go back to try and say that the city has overfunded us, that would need to be reflected in the end of year reports. Right now, DESE has outstanding letters that say the exact opposite, that we have been underfunded. So I certainly appreciate the fact that we haven't been fully charged, or last year we weren't, but the year before we were charged 13 million. What really, again, all I'm looking for is consistency and notice. Again, that is going to be the best way for us to be successful. And I am more used to a budget where numbers are pretty firm by February, because the governor's budget comes out in January, and yes, it will certainly change as it goes through its stages, but I've never seen a $5 million swing, especially in the month of April, which is what we experienced. And that is what I'd really like us to avoid in the future.
That sounds reasonable also. Is there a statute of limitations, I don't know, using a proper verbiage, on when you can amend these end-of-year reports?
So I don't think there is anything written. But I would have to find out if there is anything written about that. What I can say is that the reason that we've had to go back, and when you amend the 23, you have to amend the 24, the 25, because it's a domino effect, right? So you can't just amend one, the one affects the next and affects the carryover into the next. So the more you do it and the further back you go, the more complicated it becomes. Also, we do have to sign off on the end of your report and the amendments. And at this point, because they have become a little bit more convoluted because of us already amending it once, I will say that it would take a lot for me to be able to sign off on amendments with certainty at this point.
Right. Also, your staffing, you've been working without a CFO for a while now and managing to do that. What is your plan going forward for the CFO?
That's a great question, and that is definitely something that I know that my school committee and I need to discuss at length. We do have the CFO position posted right now. But what I will say is that while, we are still in the process of implementing all of the recommendations from the many audits and investigations that we have, and we still have a long way to go as far as improving, I do want to thank the team that I do have. Many of them are here tonight. I do think we have been doing a good job of starting to staff up that team. And honestly, I was very involved last year. I have become very involved again this year, and I will be honest that I think my oversight is critical. I'm trying to, again, learn as much as I can about even pension obligation bonds, because I think it's my responsibility, and I know that I can trust myself to ensure that I am learning everything I need to learn to situate the schools in the best position. And if I'm being very honest too, it's we are a very challenging place right now as far as budgets are concerned, and so I think we may need to do some work internally first before we are attracting the caliber of candidate that we want, because coming in, it is a beast to see all of the different things that need to be done. Position control as a project in and of itself is quite an undertaking, and that is something that we're going to be working on this year. And I do trust the team that I have right now in order to be able to move that forward. And I would have to be very thoughtful about what that team would look like in the future in order to ensure that we're moving forward.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Superintendent. You've always done a great job since you've been here. The ship has turned around. It seems to be going in the right direction now. I want to thank you and your team. You've done outstanding work. And anything I can do to help you in my capacity, please feel free to reach out to me. And I will thank you again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Madam Superintendent. Always great to see you. One of my questions is right now revolving the $4.6 million deficit that we see, the current year deficit regarding non-net spending. Now, obviously in the past, circuit breaker funds were used to kind of close that gap. As you stated in your presentation, all of your circuit breaker funds are being allocated to next year's expenses. So that funding is not available to close this gap. So how do we close out our budget with this gap, and how are we going to fill it? Where's the 4.6 coming from? Do we know?
I'm uncertain. I know that we spoke about it at a meeting, and we were told that those funds were available.
Mr. CFO, yeah, if because this is, if we get a $4.6 million deficit this fiscal year, I mean, that's an issue. So how are we going to close this gap?
Well, there are a variety of ways to do that, and that's correct. I was asked at the school committee meeting if the funds were available. My answer was in the affirmative, and it remains so. There are a variety of ways that that gap can be closed. I'm a little confused, and I think we need some more clarity from the school department, because there was an agenda item at the last meeting to reduce that number from 4.6 down to 2.1, but the school committee didn't support it, so I would urge them to make some decisions on that and give us some guidance. But there are, I'll give you just a couple of ideas about how those funds could and will be made available. It's a city responsibility. Non-net school spending is a city responsibility, so it's not negotiable. We will and must cover it. So any notion that was put forth by the school committee that that's any different is just not accurate. So I mentioned before when we were discussing the spending each year that regularly the city has had a surplus of at least $10 million of budgeted but unspent funds. That becomes part of the end of year fund balance, which becomes free cash. So that is a source of funding. The school, I asked the assistant auditor for schools, this number has not been run by the school department, but we had created a position so that we had someone whose job it was to audit and watch over the school finances. And based on our calculations, the school department will again underspend or have a surplus on the school side of what could be several $million. If in fact the calculations that I offered you just a few minutes ago, the net school spending number is below what we have allocated, and there are funds left over, then in fact those funds are under the care and direction of the city and will not be returned to the schools as has been done the last couple of years. And so those funds would be available to cover that deficit as well. So we'll continue to monitor it as we move toward the July timeframe, but I remain confident that we'll be able to cover whatever non-net school spending deficit exists.
So that's great news.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh, that is wonderful news, so thank you so much. I believe that the school committee actually postponed the item to appropriate the 1.3 to 1.7 million that we have left in circuit breaker towards the transportation gap. As far as any remaining funds, if you see on the slide deck that I sent you, we've actually swept, Dr. Clarkson was correct. We do have funds that we would be underspending by $6,204,000, and that we've already swept and have allocated towards next year. So that is not money that will be left over. Also, to that point about swept funds, again, when they're swept from the net school spending side, they can't be then reallocated to the non-net school spending side. So I have some questions about that, but yes.
Okay, and so those would be the previous carryover funds, right?
Well, the carryover funds was $7 million, which we are already using for tuition. The $6 million is funds that we stopped when we found out on April 30th, we stopped all spending and we swept all of the funds so that we could start prepaying for curriculum and things like that for next year. I will say that this definitely exacerbates what we know is going to be a tough FY28 because we are prepaying expenses. I believe there's some other departments I know that are doing that as well in order to, again, make sure that we're making ends meet.
So those unallocated funds that you swept, if you did not sweep them to use them for next year, those would have been carryover funds, correct? Or
Yes, yes.
okay. And then Dr. Clarkson, you're saying that that at least on the city side, there was some anticipation of use of those funds potentially for the 4.6 gap. Now here, so obviously it's just been stated that those funds don't exist, essentially. But you're still confident. I mean, we have to fill in that gap. So I guess, Dr. Clarkson, you're stating that you're confident that we can meet that. Now, if you're saying that we can do that with free cash, that's next fiscal year, right? So are we allowed to then spend them back for this fiscal year?
Yeah, let me just suggest, Council, that rather than project the free cash and setting the tax rate, which is something that's going to happen in November and December, that rather than try to piece together information from different sources and solve that problem now, that we allow the process to work itself out. And there's a real reason for that. And this isn't easy for me to say, but I'm going to say it because it's true. You have seen the same videos that I've seen of the vicious, gratuitous rhetoric that has been directed at me by members of the school committee. And so I don't want to provide any more opportunity for that kind of unfortunate dialogue by having this speculation at this meeting. So I think what we should do is have a sit down, let's take a look at everything we've discussed tonight and come up with a plan.
Okay. Sure, I'm sure there's some behind-the-scenes discussions that need to happen, but some of this information that's coming out is new to me, so understood. Now, it seems like we're going to have kind of this same issue come next year, now at 6.4 million, so I'm hoping that those conversations will address that issue as well. And then I guess when it came to the Schedule 19 and we're talking about different methodologies, it seems like there's a quirk in Brockton statute or law that allows for multiple methodologies to be used to calculate our pension obligation requirements. And you're saying that usually there should be a negotiation about which methodology is being used.
Well, yes. For Schedule 19, there's actually, because everybody has to work on the Schedule 19, there are 3 different methodologies that DESE recommends, and I did put them in the slide deck. I believe that was the last slide in the pension obligation bond section. However, also the pension obligation bond portion is part of Schedule 19. What we do differently here in Brockton is that long-term interest can be charged onto net school spending, which that is not the case in Massachusetts. So that's where we in Brockton have to sit down and figure out, okay, what does this look like for us? Which is why for Schedule 19, there's the 3 different methods, but DESE doesn't have like a formula for pension obligation principal and interest and how that should be allocated for the school's share versus the city's share. And that's why we have been meeting with DOR and DESI to run several different scenarios about what that formula should look like. And so those were the four that I put into the slide deck. And again, yes, some are very beneficial to the city and very detrimental to the schools, and the other way around. So I'm not just presenting like a biased version of what is best for us. I'm just trying to present all of the information and all of the scenarios that have been run behind the scenes, because I do want to make sure that we're all having the same conversation.
And you were in your previous responses to Councilor Griffin's questions about Schedule 19 MOUs, that's usually figured out pretty early in the process?
Yes.
And then that way, throughout the year, you can kind of see how those numbers are playing out, so that come February or whenever, there's more solid numbers on which you can start putting your next fiscal year budget together.
Correct. So for example, in my last district, nurses actually, the school nurses sat on the city side. So we would have a certain amount of chargeback for positions allotted that we would agree to in our Schedule 19 at the start of the year. However, we also had a provision in there that said we would revisit it at this month to do it based on actuals. Now that could hurt us or help us, you know, if there were some vacancies, then we would get some of that money back, so we'd get credit for that. But if we had to add positions, then we'd have to add back to the Schedule 19. And basically this was, and so that's just one example of the many areas in our Schedule 19, but that's sort of how we would come about what we felt was fair. And that is one of the three ways that DESI allows, is by actual expenses.
And if you agree on that methodology, then the numbers are more certain throughout the process.
And then that gets rid of any tension that there is. And now, to be clear, there's always tension around the Schedule 19 conversation, but at least then, at some point, we all agree, we say, okay, we may not all like everything that's on this Schedule 19, but at least we can live with it and we can plan for it.
Okay, understood. Now, Dr. Clarkson, you said now with us making that borrowing for the pension obligation in the near future, I think coming Friday or something, that those numbers would be a little more certain. Would there be the expectation of, now that those numbers are more certain once that borrowing is made, that a methodology could be chosen and then some certainty throughout the process?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. One last question for you, Madam Superintendent. You speak of an increase of high needs students in the district. Can you define high needs?
Yes, so it is actually how DESI sort of defines high needs, which actually kind of encompasses all of the different things. So whether it be a student who is low income, who has specialized services, who is an English learner, so it kind of encompasses all of it.
Okay. Okay, so they're not, when I saw English language people or students, that is included in high needs. So, because my question was going to be, why the increase or the steady increase in high needs students in this, in our district?
Yeah, no, I think we're always pretty steady. I think one of the places where our population has changed over time is we do have many more students. So even though now we're right with the state, we have had a larger percentage of students who are on IEPs.
And that with the IEPs obviously come increased spending. Is there any proposal or discussions about bringing more of our special needs services in-house?
So yes, actually, and we have a presentation that's going to happen at our next school committee meeting about just the numbers as they are. What are the services that we already send out? What are some of the services we have brought back in? And what is some of the potential for the future? You know, it isn't so simple as we can bring it back in, and it's definitely going to be a cost savings. That's not always how it is. It really depends on what the service is. And then also, how easy is it to hire educators that can provide that service, right? Sometimes it's, they're going to special schools that have a concentrated group of educators that are able to provide those services, or when then you have a student here and a student there, it's harder to be able to provide the services. So it does get a little bit more complicated, but we do have that is something we're always thinking about. I know the school committee has been wanting to hear more about that, so that will be discussed at our next school committee meeting. I think it would any discussion of it would probably be for a year from now. So anything that we would bring back in, we would probably be planning for during next year.
Okay. And then just lastly, there was discussions, and I heard them out there about community schools and our summer programs, that there was some potential that our summer programs would not be held. Can you confirm that all of our summer programs will be held, or?
Yes, so I worked with Dr. DeBarros, and in the beginning, we were very nervous because we had to cut a lot in a very short amount of time. So we were not able to know exactly where we were going to be able to fund things. So we do have enough funds in the revolving account to run those programs for this summer, as we've already advertised them. What we're unsure about is what it would look like for the future. However, at least then we can have a longer conversation about it. And so I would be able to present to the school committee, okay, here's how much is left. We did front load a lot of these expenses for this summer programming. So we don't have it for next year. So maybe the conversation becomes, we need to up the costs of some of the program. But at least that gets to be a longer, more thoughtful conversation with some strategic decisions on how to make sure it can be more self-sustaining.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. Appreciate that presentation and the information. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselors DeRosa, Charnel, and Azak.
Mr. Chairman.
Is your microphone on, Counselor?
I think it is. First question to either Madam Superintendent or to Dr. Clarkson. The Mass Association of School Committees or other organizations should clearly be able to tell us how are chargebacks handled by other cities of comparable size. Have we done any research? Do we know whether we're way out of the norm or?
So I do actually have some that were recently shared by superintendents. We have like a folder for the Mass Association of School Superintendents. And they actually aren't very complicated. It'll be like 25% of this office. Like it's just kind of broken down like that. I think ours was maybe 2 pages in Everett, and that's sort of the same I've seen in Drake, Chelmsford, and some of the other ones that I just looked at today. They're not overly complicated documents.
But an answer to my question is, do you know if our current chargebacks are completely out of sync with other communities, if you know?
That I don't know, actually, because I think what you're asking is like looking at a community that is similarly situated to us as far as like being urban and like our demographics, how that would look. So that I could look into.
Dr. Clarkson, I'm going to have a question for you, and I'm going to preface this by saying that you're right. You have been the subject of, I thought, most inappropriate comments at public meetings, people calling you a liar, people saying that they wouldn't believe anything that came out of your mouth. And frankly, folks, I never believed I would live in a community where an elected official or elected officials would behave like that, particularly if you want to inspire confidence in the public to turn around and give that group $800 million or more for a new high school. So, Dr. Clarkson, part of the problem that you may have is that your office investigates various issues involving salaries and spending. And would you articulate a little bit about the most recent issue that you've uncovered?
So in the wake of the school deficit, we actually created some reporting that you've seen that we provide every month, and it's similar to the city report, and we report on directly from Munis, the school budget, and the spending related to that. And as I said when I shared this information with the mayor and the city solicitor, the system worked. When we provided the report back in April, a member of the council reviewed the report and saw that the budgeted line for elected officials' salaries exceeded that amount during the year. So it was the council president who made the inquiry to me, and then through my staff, we made an inquiry to the school department. And the last time the school committee salaries were increased by this body, by the council, which is the only way school committee salaries can be increased, was 2023, when they were increased to $15,000. School committee also receives a stipend for expenses, but what I'm speaking about is exclusively the salary, which is regulated both by Mass General Law and by an ordinance here in Brockton. And last year, the school committee salary was increased from $15,000 to $20,000. And when a member of my staff made an inquiry, the reply was that it was increased in error and would be corrected. That was via an email from a member of the school finance staff to our assistant auditor for schools. I don't believe was in error because in addition to a $5,000 salary increase, again, outside and apart from the stipend, which was also increased, there was retroactive pay paid to school committee members as well. So again, the system worked, but it was very troubling to me that a raise which did not receive the approval of the city council was provided to school committee members. And we checked just early this evening, and that amount, despite the fact that a member of the staff was notified in April, continues to be paid. So I do believe that that at the very minimum, that amount, that additional $35,000 in pay should be reduced from the budget, but also the raise that was inappropriately provided should be returned by all of the school committee members. So precisely the reason why we created these reports, I think bore fruit, and you know, it's unfortunate and uncomfortable to talk about it in a forum like this, but I think I will tell you that I did make the solicitor and the mayor aware of it, and the mayor provided direction for us to try to learn more and understand and pursue any means that we had to correct this. But I think it was important that I think you understand that that budget does include an amount that should not be in there. So I'm happy to provide that information to you.
I'm actually happy to speak to this. 'Cause
In just 1 minute, I just want to understand, all of us in the public. So we enacted a $15,000 salary. There is a $5,000 stipend, that's fine. But now it's gone another $5,000 to $25,000.
That is correct. So outside of the stipend, and the information is clear and unequivocal in Munis, and that was both the stipend and the salary that were increased.
All right. Now,
And I'm happy to speak to that, and that is most certainly our fault. That actually was done without the school committee knowing, because what we did, and last year it was voted on, so there was a $15,000 salary, that was not changed. And then there was supposed to be a $5,000 stipend added. And that was voted on by the school committee. I believe folks on the council had asked me that question last year. I believe it's similar. The city councilors have a salary and they have a stipend. However, yes, that was absolutely our fault that it actually got added twice, and that is being rectified with the school committee. So it was just an error, but we are fixing it, and I will take complete responsibility for that. That was not, and I do appreciate the city auditor bringing that up. I would not say that that was anything nefarious, and I'm happy to take responsibility for it, but I do appreciate the city auditor's office bringing it up. I think that when we move to position control, because there are actually some other areas of error in
I haven't finished in this topic yet, because my question to you is, if you receive an increase in your check, in your direct deposit, in your bank account, you're going to realize that. Why would that go on from last August until now?
So actually, we have, and again, this is the issue with our position control at this time that we're fixing. But we actually, and our union president is here right now, we've actually had some overpayments that have been happening on the teacher side too. So there's a lot that we are cleaning up in Munis. So we had to do an MOU where we were going through one by one. And so we've had to do this with several of our units, but we are working on rectifying it. In our Munis system right now, unfortunately, we don't have the salary grids in there, so we're not using Munis to its best potential, which means that a lot of what is happening, similar to, I know the payroll system here is on pen and paper, is we need to be leveraging Munis so that it has the salary grids in it, it has the steps in it, and that way a lot of the calculation doesn't have to be done by hand. It's supposed to be able to be rolled over by Munis. But since we don't have those items set yet, for example, there's an area in one of our lines where it actually projected out part-time salaries, and because it's extrapolated as if it was full-time, it placed it.
But excuse me for interrupting. Let's not get too far afield.
Okay.
You have 7 people who had an increase in the amount of money that's paid to them by the city. That occurred over many months. Someone went in and actually figured retroactive pay based on the increase. So someone had to do the mathematical computation that someone was due additional money because that salary was raised. You have an accounts committee of the school committee, and you're telling me that this is all simply an error for 7 people going back with retroactive calculations for pay, going into their either direct deposits or the checks that they receive, and this is the first that we've heard of it now in June?
It's the first you were hearing it. We've definitely heard of it on the school side, and we've heard of other issues too, and we're working to fix them.
But is it not still going on today, Dr. Claxton?
Yes.
So the pay is still the same?
I mean, absolutely, absolutely. And I will say that we will take responsibility for that, but I want to be very clear too that this is not the only area of overspending in the city.
Well, that worries me.
I know, and I'm not trying to throw stones here, but for example, it has been known that we're paying for health insurance that we shouldn't be paying on this for people who no longer work here.
That should be worked out. And you know what? I'm one of those people.
We are working on it.
If the city makes a mistake, we should own it, we should admit it, and we should recalculate and do what is proper. I agree with that.
You're working, and the school department has actually been tasked with that work because it was brought up actually a year and a half ago, and it was not fixed. And I do actually have the notes that I can provide where I had to bring it up again to Mayor Rodriguez. And then Mayor Rodriguez actually tasked our team on the school side to start working on it. So now we have access to the full health insurance, and it is a huge problem. And so we are also trying to help fix other areas as well. So again, we are not perfect by any means, but we are doing our best.
All right, well, I want to go on to one of your slides in your PowerPoint presentation. Cost driver salary increases. The school committee is in charge of the employees within the school district and of collective bargaining. The school committee gave a very lucrative school police contract, which you know I have criticized, which resulted in some officers receiving, with all salary and wage benefit increases, an additional $41,000 a year, an additional $10,200, an additional $29,853 a year. And then the school committee chose to settle the contract with, I believe, the Brockton Education Association for 3, 3, and 3, 9% over a 3-year period. Am I accurate thus far?
Yes, but that doesn't take into account the benefits we got back.
I understand, but it's still a monetary obligation that the city and the school district will have to honor. And the school committee also went out to bid for school transportation. And I wrote to Dr. Claxton's office and I said, by any chance, did the school department consult with you on cost projections if you if we retain the school bus contract in-house. Did anyone discuss with you projected costs if we grant 3%, and 3% to the teachers? In other words, cost analysis versus whatever gains you say we may enjoy. No consultation, no deliberation, no request for any, again, analysis of what will it do to the city finances over the next 2 or 3 years with the collective bargaining increases, with taking the school bus contract in-house. And I really think that's a mistake, because in the Nystrom-Beckman report and in the Office of Inspector General report, there was a request that we merge financial operations and we have greater control by the finance office. And I think we're missing an opportunity to collaborate, consolidate, and maybe have a better understanding of where the city is going financially. And I guess my roundabout question to you is, has the school committee begun any discussions with you about areas where we can consolidate, we can save money, we can perhaps collaborate in a greater way to save the system money and perhaps have more money for the issues that you face?
Absolutely. You know, one of the areas that we have discussed, and I believe Mayor Rodriguez even wanted to move forward, was regarding school police. So that seems to be one of the easier mergers. And when we did do that contract, you're right, that was the most lucrative contract that we gave. But our goal was to just achieve parity with the Brockton police. And the reason we were doing that is because we only had at the time 7 police officers for 16,000 students. And part of the reason was because many of our police officers on the school side would then leave the school side to go to the city side because it was more lucrative. And still, we don't have, while we have parity with salary now, we do not have parity with other benefits and retirement benefits. So it is still more beneficial for our school police to eventually go over to the Brockton Police Department, and I totally understand that. But the other issue that it was creating for us, when there were significant safety issues in our schools, it was creating an issue where we would have turnover, or people would spend police officers would spend 1 to 2 years in our school department police force to then just move over to the Brockton Police. And what we were aiming to do when we gave that contract was to specifically to retain some of our police officers, as we recognized that we were far beyond the level of compliance that we should have achieved, and we still are, to be very honest with you. And given that we have many audits that we are trying to balance, the audit that we had received from the Ed Davis Group, when I first came in, said that we were far understaffed when it came to school police. And I knew that that was a huge issue. And so, yes, we worked with the school committee to create a contract that would allow us to keep some of our Brockton police officers, and I think we succeeded. Now we are up to 12. Again, that is not 1 per 1,000, so we are still under the amount that we should have, but I think we've made great progress, and I do stand behind that contract. That being said, if that is not, what the city wants, I've continued to say that I am very much in favor of a merger, and that again, in other districts that I've been in, the police were all one force. And so I've been in meetings with multiple attorneys discussing how we can make that happen. And so, yes, I am absolutely open to any kind of merger that would make us more cost effective. I think what I would say, though, is even though we have started that conversation and I feel like had multiple meetings on that merger, I don't know how much, how far we are in that conversation.
I wasn't focusing just on school police.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
Human
giving.
resources, facilities management, law, we have a law department. I know you spend quite a bit of money for outside counsel. Is there an opportunity to perhaps save money by having the city solicitor provide some legal assistance?
Absolutely. So the answer is yes. I guess my answer was just that, though, to operationalize the merger, which does take steps, because, for example, IT, that is a union as well.
right, well, let
So
me-
there are steps that we have to take, and I just don't see that we're moving as fast as we could. I'd love to use the school police as sort of a pilot for how we can move forward and effectuate that.
And I would just say respectfully to you that every city employee, particularly people who work in this building, could use the attitude, if you don't give me the same salary that they're paying the administrative people over at the school department, I'm going to leave. So the justification to give out a lucrative contract because you're afraid someone is going to leave and go to another department, I just don't buy that. But
Well, I would disagree wholeheartedly because I
that's
do
fine.
believe this is the safety of our students, and I think that that is imperative.
If the safety of the students is so imperiled that you were concerned that we wouldn't have enough armed police officers up there, that is another conversation for another day. But let me go on and say, to date, you have a school police officer who has been paid $312,414.86. Now, that tells me a couple of things. Either no one is watching overtime, or they're watching overtime and it's inconsequential, spend the money. But for me, having worn a uniform, a tired police officer, someone working that many hours to already earn $312,000 in this fiscal year is a danger potentially to himself or to others because you're called upon to make split-second decisions. So you have a way of starting to control some of your costs, watching overtime, watching the expenditures. You have another school police officer, and you know I've complained about this. He lost his certification to be a school police officer through the state, not through the city. To date, you are still paying him, and as of today, on the Open Checkbook website, he has made $125,714.79. How we as a city, how we as a school system pay someone to be a school police officer with those salary and benefits when they don't even have the state certification to function as a police officer, it just should not happen. And I can't get anywhere with it. I've put it on social media. I understand the person has a relative who works for the school system. I don't care. Everyone should be treated fairly and equitably. Everyone should be treated the same. If you lose your teacher certification, you don't teach. If you lose your school police certification, you shouldn't be paid as a school police officer. And what struck me tonight, and I said this to a colleague a few minutes ago, the other department heads came in here and they took the appropriation that the mayor provided to them and they told us how they would best use that appropriation, but not with the schools. The schools has to have the dramatics, and it has to have the woe is me. We're not going to be able to make it. We need more money. The school committee wants this. The school committee wants that. And at some point, I think the Inspector General said it best, and I think I'll conclude with this. When the school department and the school committee in this city finally realizes, as the mayor has said, we're all one city. There is not an infinite amount of money to be spent. The mayor does his very best to apportion the resources that we have for the various departments to carry out all of the necessary functions of city government. And the school department just doesn't buy it. There's always a need for more money. You've shorted us. You've stolen from us. I mean, it just has to end. It's one city with only a given amount of money that's available to spend. And no matter how much you may come in here, and I praise your advocacy for the school department. I think you're doing what you should do, but there has to be a realization. There is only a certain amount of money that's available. And I think the mayor has done a pretty damn good job with this fiscal year 2027 budget, notwithstanding some of the issues that you've raised, but I don't know where we would get any more funding. If you think that we're sitting on some funds that aren't being identified, I'd like to know myself. I've got some ideas that I'd like to see done in the city. But, Madam Superintendent, until there is that realization, I think there's going to, be that adversarial relationship, because I'm just tired of all the nonsense, the caricatures that the school committee people put out. I mean, it's so childish. The one came out today on the council president. I mean, I guess artificial intelligence has replaced real intelligence.
But
I don't know.
I did look pretty good in that one, Counselor.
You did look pretty good, I will say that, yes. It was.
Well, that's why it's important to educate our students. But what I will say is, on one of those that you brought up, I can't comment on it. On the other one, I do want to say that, yes, you will see now our overtime expenses have actually gone down, and that is because now we do have more police officers. You're absolutely right. To have to pay that much overtime in order to get coverage, I don't think to be the right thing to do. At the same time, that was what we had to do.
And call the regular police. If you had an officer out on the day shift and you started the school day and for whatever reason, some incident occurred, all you'd have to do is call the Brockton police and they would have a cruiser respond code 3 to the high school and help you out. The fire department uses mutual aid from other communities. The school department could use mutual aid from the Brockton police instead of expending that kind of money and then coming in here and telling us, well, you know, woe is us, we just don't have enough to spend.
Well, I'll be honest, I am not an expert in public safety, and this is why I do believe that the school police need to be given over, because I'm not necessarily the one who's qualified to make those decisions. I do think Bonacca and Livingston do the best that they can. And I think they are the ones who ultimately say who's going where, and I trust their judgment. And I think they have done an amazing job for the schools. But to your point, could that be done better? Absolutely. Am I the right person to do it? I will admit where I have shortcomings, and that may be one of them.
Well, I just wish the lieutenant had advised you, listen, let's not work this officer into a grave, an early grave. Let's call the Brockton police. The last question I wanted to ask you was about the Manning pool and the summer program. Because I had someone show me some payroll records where we pay lifeguards $16, $18, $20 an hour. But yet if someone is a school teacher working out there, they get $43 an hour. And I have to tell you, that's quite a change. And I would be glad to share the information with you. I can scan and email it to you. But I do think that people performing, if it's true, the same job, that of being a lifeguard and potentially saving lives, then the salary, based on same level of experience, should be approximately the same. And $18 and $20 versus $43 for an hourly wage is quite a difference. And I'd like to have you take a look at that.
Absolutely.
I feel uncomfortable with that. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot more I could say, but I'm going to spare you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. We now go to Counselor DeRosa, followed by Counselor Charnel.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Superintendent, good evening. I just have a quick question. On page 34, why the tourism promo on page 34 is $25,000? If you could explain a little bit about that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Why is it $25,000? The promo under communications?
What's the page number,
Just
Counselor?
the page number.
What is the 25,000 for?
Yes.
So those are for BPS promotional activities and supplies. I'm happy to go, give it to you. I don't know exactly what's in that line. Actually, I might have it, hold on, I might have it here. Yes, I do. Hold on, sorry.
Page 34, you said, Counselor?
Yes, correct. 34.
So that is The tourism promo, I believe that is there are several different items under that 25,000, including creation of the Brockton Alice video, including on location, shooting, editing, revisions, the welcome back to school billboard and all of our billboard installations, a broadcast subscription, the welcome back to school video, the onboarding and training for family communications. So there's several items under that line, under promotional activities and supplies.
Okay, thank you, that was it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Charnel, followed by Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Given the financial obligations associated with the net school spending that's borne on the city and the taxpayers, could you clarify to the City Council why the council bears no responsibility in the negotiation process?
For our collective bargaining units?
Yeah.
Because of ed reform. I understand that Chapter 324 is in place here. However, ed reform states that the school committee is the authorizing authority for negotiations.
But this council is the procreator of the funds that you're receiving, correct?
Up to net school spending. So anything above net school spending, so the non-net school spending is what you're appropriating? Yes.
So when collective bargaining is taking place, where there's the council president, no one's typically in the room to give an opinion on anything.
No, but I did, I'm unsure where the idea was that we weren't consulting. We did have weekly meetings with the city CFO, with the mayor at the time when we were, and I actually have running meeting notes where we talked about our methodologies and how we were negotiating.
No, because, I mean, I'm a newer city councilor, as you know, and I think it's like, we're one city, right? I think we're trying to get to the place where we can probably all have a hug at some point. But it would be good if, maybe even the council president could be involved with some of the, some of the conversations. So, we're not all coming to a meeting and not knowing kind of what's going on, So, I just think that, the more we're informed, the more we can inform the constituents with, certain things. And, I think it could be a good forward-facing thing for our community as we, embark on this journey and trying to build a almost $1 billion high school.
I completely agree, and in fact, I even had opened up potentially the city solicitor joining our negotiation sessions. We have a lot of them, and it is a lot of work, and it is a lot of time, and I understand why, the school department might be placed in charge of that, but I just want to state that since I have been here, I have always opened things up. I have always been collaborative, so the idea that is not the case, I'm not really sure where that's coming from. But again, it is a lot of work, and so somebody has to be willing to do it.
Yeah. No, that's it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Azak, followed by Counselor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Superintendent. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the school committee members that are in attendance. Just a question. I'm not privy to a lot of information that came up. Councilor Farwell brought up a few things that I wasn't aware of, and it's a little bit alarming. So are we still using open architects? Are we still using them?
Yes, I believe the city and the schools are both using them.
Okay, so, and then none of the stuff that was brought up this evening, that didn't come up in any of the audits or investigations? Is it just finding out, like, because somebody reported it, or we found out by accident? Like, how does this?
The salaries right now?
Yes.
Well, those audits and investigations were done previously. They have been supporting us with, our operations. I know Dr. Clarkson said that they are doing the financial forecast for the next few years along with the Community Compact Grant. But yes, they've been working with both sides on several different projects, including like the health insurance, for example, the retiree health insurance, the Medicaid that had to be paid back, things like that.
So it is beneficial to still be using them after this time? Because if I remember correctly, they were like $25,000 a month or something for open architecture.
I didn't say that. We have different plans potentially for next year, but we are using them right now.
You are using them right now? Okay. Well, thank you. I have a question on page 30, I believe it's 36. Yep, 36, line item says professional development teachers, PO steering committee and personnel steering committee stipends, 195,000. Like, what's a steering committee that the members are receiving that much money?
So that isn't just the steering committee, that is also stipends for running professional development. But there is a steering committee as part of the collective bargaining agreement. We do have a committee. We work jointly with the unions to determine what the professional development is, but that is not all for the steering committee. That's
Because
for
then you
all
have the-
stipends for our educators who are running professional development, because we do reinvest in our educators being the ones to run professional development.
Sure, but I think we went from 38,000 to 180 for this year and then 195. It just seems like a...
So the actuals, unfortunately, again, this kind of comes from us not having a historic budget. The 38,000 wasn't actually what we were spending. Yeah.
Okay, and then the BEA gets it as well, there's stipends there, and...
So those are actually mentor stipends. So those are stipends that we are required to provide for, because first-year educators, and we have a lot of them, have to, by DESE mandate, have a mentor. And so in our collective bargaining agreement, we do have, the rates for what the stipends should be in order for those mentors to work with new educators.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. And, this is my 14th budget. And just up until the deficit, we used to receive the budgets very similar to our city budget where everything was listed in detail. So a lot of the information that we've asked you this evening would have already been in detail. So I'm going to dig up one of those old books, but, it kind of helps if we have it. It's less for you to have to look up, but it's a lot more detailed and it helps us try to view things. But thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Chairman.
Counselor, yeah, there is a lot of detail in the book, but it is also a little hard to
It is.
parse through.
Yeah.
Counselor Green, followed by Counselor Tavares.
Madam Superintendent, thank you for your time and thank you for all this information. I think, let me just take a step back, just to kind of refocus a little bit and to say that one of the most important and perhaps sacred responsibility that all of us have as a city and at every level of our city, and that is to care for and to educate our children. They are the future of our city. And if we fail to do that, we fail miserably. And the future of our city is at stake if that is not in focus in what we do and in how we choose to do what we do. And so I just want to recenter this conversation a little bit and to say, behind all these numbers, there are young faces that we must always remember, and the decisions that we make should always be in the best interests of the children that we serve and who are so important to the city of Brockton. Right. With that said, let me just say thank you to your leadership, to the school committee, and to all those, the educators, the administrators, the mayor, everyone who is involved, who have a hand in caring and educating our students. It really takes a village, and I think we have to remember that. As a city, it takes a village to raise our children and to educate this generation and generations to come in. So it's vitally important that we all remember that and we work together and we keep at the center of focus our students across our district. I have a few questions for you, and I'm going to be as quick as I can. Earlier in the other conversation, and I'm sorry, I missed this a little bit, and I hope you can recall, from what I can recall. You mentioned something in reference to long-term interest being charged to net school, on the net school side. I'm not exactly sure what that is. And you mentioned that's not done in Massachusetts, and if I'm recalling correctly, it's being done in Brockton. Could you just elaborate more on that? I just want to make sure I'm
Yes.
understanding that correctly.
Sure. So Mass General Law states for other places, not Brockton, because Brockton has in Chapter 324 something different, but Mass General Law states that long-term debt cannot be placed or put into net school spending. So you wouldn't be able to put the interest for pension bonds, for example, onto your Schedule 19, but that is different here. So we can pay for both principal and interest as part of our net school spending on our Schedule 19 here in Brockton.
So we currently have it on Schedule 19?
Yes, that is what is in our Schedule 19. That was the increase for this year from the 10.9 last year to the 14.9, I believe, this year.
Okay. So in your opinion, are we not in compliance?
No, that is allowed to happen.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I think the question becomes how we calculate what percentage of the principal and interest belongs to the school system.
Okay, thank you. And you presented an analysis of purchases from Amazon, and you showed some price comparisons. Is that inclusive of shipping costs as well, or just the other price?
No, that was inclusive. It took a while to do the analysis because it wasn't apples to apples, so we had to include all of the different things, because again, from some places you were buying 100 pencils for this cost, whereas in this place you're buying 50 pencils for, so we had to break it down by unit cost and include shipping.
Okay, all righty. Let's go to Schedule 19 and the MOU that you referenced earlier, and that, in other municipalities, that's done. And I'm taking that as best practices where that conversation is had and MOU is signed somewhere between September and November. So to you and to Dr. Clarkson, is that something that we could come to a decision on and perhaps have that conversation earlier in the process, and perhaps come to some agreement at a much earlier point, and to relieve and work out some of these tensions and disagreement, just all for a better experience, if that's possible?
I'd just like to clarify that it's not a best practice, it's a requirement by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and it is supposed to be certified by the Commissioner of Education. So yes, we need to first do it, but yes, the best practice would be to do it earlier.
All right, it's a requirement, and we have not done that at all?
Never.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on that, Dr. Clarkson?
We have, you did, in response to the school deficit, created the position of assistant auditor for schools. And I believe, I have not been involved in discussions, but that our assistant auditor for schools has been involved in regular discussions primarily with open architects, because of the lack of the financial staff that the superintendent alluded to earlier. So I know those discussions have occurred, absolutely in detail. In fact, I have a meeting that was set up for tomorrow, but unfortunately had to be changed due to a death in the family of one of our department heads, to review there's an actual spreadsheet that has been used over the years that was created by the school department that lists each city department and a percentage of their budget that is used to then calculate that Schedule 19 chargeback. So I think over the years, at least over my time here, there have been extensive discussions and back and forth on those figures on how best to calculate that.
Okay, all right. All right. Madam Superintendent, you mentioned a few cost-saving measures, and one being the central printing. Is that in-house, or what's central printing? And do we have the capacity to move anything, if we have not, move in-house?
So the centralized printing would actually be so that we have central printers in buildings rather than individual printers in classrooms.
Okay.
So we would be able to save a lot of money on toner by centralizing that, and basically you would have like 1 or 2 copiers per floor or in each teacher lounge. So instead of having them in classrooms, you're basically centralizing the printing.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that that enrollment is down for the district. However, the state provided funding based on previous enrollment. What are we anticipating for FY '28 in terms of enrollment and funding from the other state? If enrollment remains the same, are we expecting the other state to hold that number true, or is it going to be truly reflective of the decrease in enrollment?
So we do get enrollment projections from NESDEC, and we are anticipating that there could be, based on the information that we have from them, that there will be a more gradual decline over the next few years. So not as steep as it was this year with so many students, but maybe 2.9% decline per year is what they're predicting. As far as what DESE will do for the funding, I'm not sure what they would do, or what they're doing yet. I do believe that the decline that we are predicted to have is mirrored in other districts as well, so we wouldn't be alone in that. And I know that DESE took that into account when coming up with our budget for this year. I think what we are already, though, anticipating is that we know that that FY '27 is the last year of the Student Opportunity Act. And so we are anticipating that there will be a lot less funding available to us next year, unless there is a significant amount of advocacy and activism amongst all of us here in this room and all of our legislators to, I don't know, do an SOA2 or to figure out what the next funding model will look like.
Okay, all right. Could you just comment a little bit about possible ways to kind of mitigate that, and specifically school choice and the whole issue with the other cap? I believe the school committee had discussions, and they may have made a decision about that cap, or lifting that cap.
Yes, they removed the cap so that we could potentially tuition in as many students as we wanted, which means that students from other school districts could choose to come to the Brockton Public Schools, and where the students go, money follows. So that would mean that our enrollment could potentially go up, and we would receive those dollars.
Okay, okay. And what was the cap previously?
So there was a cap many I think, previous years ago of 50 at the high school. However, they have removed the cap. But I don't believe we actually reached that cap, so it wasn't that we turned anybody away at any point, that I know of.
Okay, all righty, great, thank you. All right, so based on the reductions that you have made, in order to kind of fit within the boundaries of the proposed budget from the mayor, what's the impact on class size, and what schools and grades are most impacted by that, if there is an impact?
It will mostly be at the middle school level. So our middle schools will be the ones impacted. Enrollment is down at the middle schools, so, it won't be as drastic as it could have been, but that is where you will see higher class sizes. Last year, we had already sort of started to merge or collapse some of our elementary classes. That was specifically as a result of space constraints too. So those class sizes went up this year because of space constraints. But we have more space at the middle school level, but still we collapsed those classes.
Okay. All right. And could you comment a little bit about the impact on current or perhaps future plans for school-based libraries?
We have no plans at this time, so we will continue to have our library paras, which is what we have right now, and a librarian at the high school.
Okay. All right. And final question. Could you just help me understand, because I'm hearing this term, and I see it in your presentation as well, in regards to carryover. Why do we have carryovers every year?
So for multiple reasons. So the state sets what we are supposed to spend to educate students.
Yep.
If at the end of the year, we have to complete an end of the year report that goes to the state, and if they find that we did not adequately spend enough money on student education, then they will course correct by providing us with a net, or stating that we need to be allocated a net school spending carryover. So basically what they're saying is that for example, if we put there's something on our end of year report that we put on net school spending that should really be on non-net school spending, we won't get credit for that. And that will then get that money back in net school spending. So they do a calculation, they determine if we spent all of the funds that we should have spent on student education, and if we didn't, then those monies roll over. Again, I haven't been here for that long, but in FY 25, or I believe the first net school spending carryover that I was here for was because there had been a hiring freeze the year before because of the deficit. However, just because of the deficit, that doesn't mean, again, we still had to meet our net school spending allotment. So DESI says, we gave you this much money, you still have to spend this amount towards instruction or towards net school spending allowable expenses, and if you don't, you fall short. So because there was a hiring and spending freeze, we didn't meet it that year, so then it got carried over until the first year I was here. The first year I was here, so we had that net school spending carryover, but then also we had not done any contracts or procurements for 3 years, so we needed to catch up on our contracts and procurements, and so there was a moment in time where also we were not, the city wasn't releasing any of our payments for our bills until we completed the appropriate contracts and procurements. So that then had an impact on our ability to spend at the rate that was being spent earlier when those contracts and procurements weren't happening. So then that resulted in the net school spending carryover for the following year. Also, there is, we have had many vacancies for positions. It is hard to recruit teachers right now, so that can also contribute to a net school spending carryover. If, for example, we've budgeted a certain amount of positions and we haven't been able to hire for them, and that money goes unspent, then that would also lead to a net school spending carryover.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just end on this note as an encouragement to all of us. We're on the same team. And our students are our priority. We're on the same team, we're on the same league, we're batting together. So let's just put our heads together, sit at the same table, and let's work together and give our students the very best that we can. Let's work within the confines of what we really have and we can work with, and just give our kids the best. And let's be an example to our students in private and in public, how we conduct ourselves, how we make decisions, and just demonstrate to them that they are the priority, and we will do whatever is necessary with the other resources that we have to support and to educate them and to prepare them for a strong and successful future. So thank you, I appreciate you, and thank you, Dr. Clarkson, as well, for your contribution. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tavares, followed by Counselor Texera.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? All right, thank you, Madam Superintendent, and you did so well. Actually, I have one question, because you did all. My question I have regarding overtime, why we pay like 1.8 million overtime? Instead of we literally hire more people and pay all those numbers overtime.
Yes. That is because we have gone with several vacancies this year. So is there a specific kind of overtime you're talking about for?
I'm just gonna kind of go over because I hope next year the budget book would run kind of similar with the cities. Actually they did such a great job, especially for some of us. We don't have accounting technique and expertise, which is gonna help so better for us to be able to understand. Basically, like your book doesn't have no page, exactly. It's just like, it make a lot of confusion for some of us to try to identify the issue. Like, myself, I've been kind of a little lost with everything. If next year we can do kind of the city side, I think we're gonna help us so well. But I think we're talking about on the budget, summarize details, net school spending. On overtime. Like I said, I don't have no page book. Is anyone can help me out, identify where we are?
Oh, so that's the presentation, not the line-by-line detail?
Yes, where we can. Yes, look like this.
Yes, so that was in the presentation. Yes. So which?
Yes, that's the overtime we're talking about. How can we do to reduce those number over time instead of like we keep and pay tons of money over time? Is anything, can you kind of help me with that?
Yes, I think we need to fill positions.
All right, what's your goals? How do you think you're gonna kind of fill this position? How you plan to do to fill that out?
Well, we've been doing a lot of recruitment. We've been trying to do more recruitment fairs and to work with more of the local colleges to try to build a pathway to our positions. Unfortunately, there is a shortage, so we are doing the best we can.
All right, and I hope you find it, because that way it's gonna reduce some cost and money. And then SEC is not questions, it's kind of concern we have, even as a counselor, as a taxpayers as well. For some reason, I've been here, I think this time is 3 here, deal with the budget, but I find myself literally still lost with the school side and city side. Look like, we involve when there's issue or when the budget is coming in, then we learned, we target a lot of things that day, and everybody gets so lost and surprised and confused, right? And another thing I'm so worried about, we just learned today about the increase occurred, for 7 people, 7 months. And it's just kind of stressing, kind of concern and what about, because as we know, last year, I don't want to bring last year, $18 million overspend. We never, until today myself, I never learned on what. We just learned overspent. And then this year again, I think we're gonna go on the same thing. I know I don't wanna go because I know you wasn't here prior, but it just kind of concerned, I feel like it's probably things gonna happen at the same time. And then when the problem come, then we gotta be involved. Basically, when the decision has to make, you guys make your own decision. Then when the problem come, we gotta be involved with the problem, stuff like that. And then also we be so lost, does not know the direction. I just, again, I'm still confused, I'm still learning. Yeah, that's my question, my concern I have, actually.
So understood. So for the FY23 deficit, there are actually several different audits and investigations that explain why that deficit happened. So I think they were able to identify some of the concerns. I feel like I hear what you're saying about the money that we require, because we are fitting into our net school spending budget. I think what I'm asking for is just some greater notice. I have always been able to make a net school spending budget work. It is very difficult to make a net school spending budget work when there's a $5 million swing in a month, and that's a week before the budget is due on the school side. So all I'm asking for is just greater notice. I think since I've been here, we've been doing our best to implement efficiencies, to try to save money, to make things more transparent. But, we need to be able to plan, and I thought we were doing a good job planning ahead, and when that happens, it makes it very difficult to be able to be strategic and make thoughtful decisions. So as far as the net school spending budget goes, we have fit into the net school spending budget. The non-net school spending budget includes several different things. It includes our community schools, because that's adult learning, and we as a school system only receive money for educating ages 3 through 22 during the school day. So because of those additional supplemental programs and for adult learning, that's why that's a non-net school spending amount. Transportation is another one that follows under non-net school spending. Traffic duty also falls under non-net school spending because that's considered like public safety. That's not supposed to be spent out of funds for education. So for these specific funds, that is where we need to work together to come up with what the cost is. On the school side, we've been doing our best to utilize circuit breaker, McKinney-Vento, other ways we can in order to make up that gap. But I think what we really need to do is start to be very clear about what transportation actually costs, and to allocate $15 million towards transportation for our school district when we are transporting so many students. That isn't realistic, and that is what we put down last year, 14.9. So, what I would like to see is for us to just be more clear and forthright about what that's going to look like and what that non-net school spending could be. If we could cover it on the school side budget, we would, but there are certain unallowable expenses by the state. And so that is why that is the number that we really need to come to an agreement on, because that's the money that we won't necessarily have to fill that gap. But as far as the net school spending budget, we received the information on April 30th, and we made the cuts that we need to make. My school committee wanted to request the 255 so that we could potentially, bring back our vacancies. But at the same time, we already did reduce force. We already sent out the letters. We've already sent out, and I know you guys have gotten some notifications or emails or some advocacy because we have done some of those things. And And so we did make those decisions in order to fit into our net school spending budget.
And then I'm a little gonna apologize to it because I use a city book and school book. Because like I said, I'm still confused. I think it's still like the vision between the school and city, which I know is one. Again, I'm just gonna thank you for those two here. You take office, you did it so well. And then I like your presentation today. You did it so well, diplomatic way. And I think we all like, very clear and try to understand about my goals. And we want to kind of to work together in collaboration, in partnership, because in the day, like everyone expressed, we are one, right? Because I believe we are one because this is why we're here today, right? Because like I said, if school, city, should take decision together. I don't know how this is work. Like I said, I'm still learning, correct me if I'm wrong. We should make decision together. We should ask for one another, because one eyes to eyes can do better job than one. Even though sometimes we think we're an expertise on one make decision, contract or stuff like that. But if a second opinion matter, probably we can see a different way. In that case, probably we're gonna prevent a lot of mistakenly happen, because in the day, this city is literally in hell because the expense is crazy. Everything is crazy. The tax, the gas, mortgage, rent. I'm telling you the truth, we're not doing well. And then it's so sad because some people on the wage is suffered. I don't know how they make it, because even myself, I couldn't make so well. I'm struggling still myself, we need to watch over those expenses. We need to watch it, because in the day they elect us to protect them. Because if we here, we're not doing what we're supposed to do, we should not be here. And that's all I've been said, and I thank you so much. And I hope next year we can do better, all right? And I appreciate it, and thank you.
And I definitely.
Counselor Texera, followed by Counselor Nicastro. And I think that we've run out of counselors at that point.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I just need a clarification on page 54. It says the teacher salary, FY26, it was 67,141. FY27, 324,245. That must be it.
The academic summer school staff?
Yes, ma'am.
I actually don't know the answer to that. I will have to get back to you on that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, appreciate it. Let's go back to page 53 then. Full-time salary. It must be a typo also. FY26, it was 25,525. FY27, $927,760,000.
Yes, because that is actually 15 FTE. And so again, this is where we're doing some of our cleanup. So and you'll see that it was different in FY25. And so we're trying to, again, make sure it is more accurate for this year. So that 927 is for 15 full-time salaries in our bilingual department.
So FY26,
that is when, again, we were still doing the cleanup, so it wasn't, yeah, I'm sorry. But I can get you more information on why it was that exact number and why it changed.
if you could, I really appreciate it. And thank you, and that's all I have.
Okay.
I'll be easy on you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Like lightning, Counselor.
Lightning.
Isn't ready. Thank you. Counselor Nicastro. Mike's
Oh,
off.
You're almost finished.
All right.
I've listened to everything this evening. I've done a lot of research. We spoke last week. I wonder, are your funds being used carefully? You do have lots of funds coming in. You speak of imposing efficiencies and trying to figure it out, and it's quite a job. And you've had a lot of other things to do on top of all that since you came to our school district. You have 37 full-time technical support people.
Yes, that's actually incorrect. I apologize for that. So you'll see, and this was actually the issue that I was referring to earlier, where when we project out, it was taking part-time salaries and projecting them out for the full year. So we actually have 25, so that first line is correct, 25.
Okay.
Sorry,
And
I'm
what
sorry,
about-
what page are you already on the page?
And what about the tech support staff, 12
The
full-time?
12, so 2 of them are full-time, the other 10 are actually our summer interns. So those are students who get paid for internships, but it took their part-time summer salary and extrapolated it for the whole year. And again, as we're getting position control, that will be fixed, and that will be a portion of money that we can reallocate.
Right. Okay. Are your funds being used carefully? You've got lots of funds pouring in. This year, the auditor was able to obtain for me, FY '26, you received $53.5 million in grants.
Yes.
On top of all of this. And it's just a lot of money. And yet, it's not enough, from what we're being told. And on the city side, we've cut and we've cut and we've cut. And so I hope you will understand, no one wants to see a child suffer. There's so much pouring in now, I sit here and wonder, and we talked about this last week, why isn't it enough?
And I totally appreciate that, but I guess from my perspective on the school side, as I'm sitting and listening to the budget presentations, I hear that 20 million was cut from requests, not an actual budget. And so to me, I view that slightly differently as well. So I mean, we're coming at this from very different perspectives, right? Sorry, what was the other thing you said?
Oh, I just said, are your funds being used efficiently?
Oh, so yes, for our grants, many of them are competitive grants or entitlement grants. So for example, we have a gun violence prevention grant. So that is not necessarily core work that would be in a general fund budget, but that's work that we are doing and we're taking on. We have an energy grant, a clean energy grant. We're building a clean energy electric vehicle garage in our, so those are things that we're not requesting from the district, but they're new and exciting initiatives and grants that we're getting in order to support the growth of the district.
And that's
Oh, and also,
tremendous.
that's what I was going to say. So from my perspective, I hear 20 million was cut, but it was cut from requests, which to me doesn't sound completely ingenuous. And then also I'm hearing about positions that are added. So I think in the same way that you may come at, why isn't it enough? I come at it like, what was really cut? You know, I know that we sent out reduction in force letters. I know that you are getting letters from staff or petitions that people are saying, we don't want this person cut, or this school needs this staff. So I think, again, I understand it is one pot of money and we need to figure out better how to collaborate. But I think all I'm really asking for is that collaboration and that dialogue. Just to be handed numbers on April 7th and April 30th is very difficult. And yes, we have a lot of places that we can spend more efficiently, and I am committed to continuing to do that. I hope that we all, though, can commit to planning ahead and having numbers earlier. That's all I'm asking.
I understand, and I think you're acting in good faith. But the numbers are just so large, and yet still not enough. And perhaps my view is longer than yours, because this is my 9th year sitting here. And the fiscal year following FY '23 cut so much. We've come back a bit, and now we're cutting back down again. So you may not see that. You know, it's like one step forward, 2 steps back.
Right.
Which is very hard. We have roads that you can barely pass over. We've got sidewalks that are a mess, and so on and so forth. And yes, we want to educate the children well, positively, there's no question. We want to give them everything that they possibly need and deserve. But you have all this money and all these grants, and still it's not enough. So maybe I'm being philosophical. I figure I'm the last one to speak, so I can do that. I appreciate your time and the time it took you to prepare this. Please, I implore you to try to, next year, do this in the format of our other budget.
Absolutely.
You know, because it makes it so much easier to understand. But a number of us gave it our best shot to understand it.
And I appreciate that, and yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor.
Budget number 10, Library, Paul Engel, Director.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the Brockton Public Library's fiscal year 2027 budget request. The Brockton Public Library remains committed to providing educational, informational, cultural, and community services to the residents of Brockton while serving as careful stewards of public funds. We continue to maximize the city's investments through significant outside support, including state aid, grants, the Massachusetts Cultural Council, and the Brockton Library Foundation, to name a few. These partnerships allow us to provide programs and services that extend well beyond what municipal funding alone could support. I am pleased to report that library use continues to grow. In 2025, circulation across our 3 library locations increased from roughly 279,000 items to roughly 306,000 items. That's an increase of nearly 10% over the previous year. This growth demonstrates that Brockton residents continue to rely on the library for books, digital resources, children's services, technology access, research assistance, workforce development, ESL as a second language, and lifelong learning opportunities. At the same time, we continue to maintain and operate 3 public facilities, including buildings that range from more than 50 years old to more than 100 years old. Preserving these facilities while providing safe, welcoming, and functional spaces for the public remains one of our most important responsibilities. This budget reflects our commitment to fiscal responsibility, operational stability, and excellent public service. It supports our staff, maintains our collections and facilities, and ensures that residents continue to have access to the services they expect from their public library. On behalf of the Library Board of Trustees, on behalf of the staff, and on behalf of the Library Foundation, I would like to thank the council for its continued support of the Brockton Public Library and the residents we serve. I appreciate your consideration of our budget, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Counselor Texera.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Director. I got a question about the position, vacant position. You got about 11 vacant positions, but you're still asking for...
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Get it close to me. You got about 11 positions that's vacant, and you still allocate those funds.
Well, the funds are allocated because we're intending not to keep the positions vacant. The thing about this sheet here is that it's a snapshot in time. So when we compiled this to be presented in the budget book, from that point until now, things have changed. We hire people, people leave, people are promoted, et cetera. So what you see here is a snapshot of when we turn this over to Troy's people. But the positions, as you can see in the column under, I don't have the right sheet in front of me. Under the salaries, you see that there's a commitment by the city to pay these open positions, if that's your question.
Okay. It does answer my question. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Councilor DeCastro.
So I'm on page 331. And there are several employees listed here who last year were listed under state aid funding.
You'll see in the revenues, Counselor, that the state allocates aid for libraries differently and separately than they do the general state aid. And so, working with both Paul and the Department of Revenue, we've gone back and forth about how we treat that for budget purposes. And so last year, in order to try to concretely demonstrate how those state aid funds were being spent, we proposed to separate them out. After doing so and discussing it at some length with Paul and with the DOR, they would prefer us to just list them all under the general fund budget so that we can meet the state requirement for library spending.
And I had asked you about, under the expense summary on page 336, your books and periodicals.
Well, I think that has something to do with what Troy was just speaking about. So the money, and again, you may be better suited to articulate this, Troy, but the money came back in and ended up in that line. And then over the course of the year, I've been working with Juan to separate that out and move it back to where it belonged. And perhaps we just didn't get as far along as I had hoped.
Well, and the books and periodicals is an obvious place. And so, as you know, the goods and supplies is that overall what we call a statutory category. And so the money was added into the books and periodicals to demonstrate the city's commitment to additional funding for the library. But it can be used within that statutory category for any of those things. But if it's proposed to be used outside of that, Paul would need to come here to you for a transfer.
Thank you for the work that you do.
You're welcome.
Supporting our libraries and providing these very important services to the community. Thank you. It's very impactful. I just want to make sure I'm following what you just stated regarding that 42% increase in books and periodicals. Increase of 100,000 is there in that line item, but not necessarily for that particular.
To Troy's point, there is a statutory reason for that money being there and being as high as it is, in that the state requires us to spend a certain amount of our budget on materials.
Okay.
But when we had the money transferred out of the state aid that was used to fund certain positions, that money ended up back in that line.
If you look, Counselor, at the actual money spent on page 336 in fiscal year 25, there was actually almost 323,000 spent on books and periodicals.
Yeah, these are guardrails that are put in place by the MBLC, the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, in order to make sure that they keeps the cities honest and the communities honest, that they're actually funding their libraries to provide materials and access to materials.
Okay, all righty. And on that note, how does that kind of translate to the 3 branches you have in terms of books and periodicals?
What do you mean? How does it translate, meaning?
In terms of distribution of the books and periodicals among the 3 branches you have?
I have staff that purchase the materials, and I have certain staff that are responsible for collections within the main library. I have certain staff responsible for the collections at the branches. And what we do is we try to be equitable when we hand out that money for them to spend, and then we monitor those expenses during the year to make sure that we're purchasing either similar titles. Depending on where the branch is, it could require different titles, depending on the neighborhoods they're in. People might want different things. So we really do play that by ear, and I rely heavily on my staff and their expertise to make sure that the collections are the best possible collections for that library, if that makes sense.
Okay, yep, thank you. So you have 7 vacancies. Where, in terms of the location of the 3 branches, where are these 7 vacancies?
That's a good question. As I articulated earlier, the vacancies are a snapshot. they're not necessarily reflective of today, because we have to hand this budget to Troy's people, they have to compile it. So in the time that we did that to now, people have moved around. So I can get back to you and answer you very specifically, but I can't do that right now because I'm not sure. But I'm also pretty positive we don't have 7 openings right now.
Okay, all righty. I appreciate that.
Sure.
On page 335, under purchase of services for electricity. So nothing for FY '26, but 80,000 for FY '27.
Yeah, you were using, yeah.
So, great question, Counselor. In this current year's budget, we were able to use accumulated energy credits from some solar farms to actually pay for some of the energy in some of the buildings, but we no longer have those energy credits. We've used them all up. So we're restoring the costs at the library for the electricity.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. All righty. And final note, my 4-year-old niece is a frequent visitor.
Great.
At the library.
You bring her by the office at some point. I have artwork on my door for my grandchildren. I got one that's 4.
Absolutely. So we appreciate all you do.
Thank you very much.
For our children and our families. Thank you.
And that statement makes it all worthwhile.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. When
Chair.
we're done with it, you should give her the budget. I'm sure she'd like to read that too. Counselor Charnel, and I think that's all we have for the library.
How you doing, Director? Just in regards to the library, in regards to the safety of the folks that go in and out of libraries, I've gotten some complaints that, there's people that are loitering. What are we doing to address, I know there's security that you man at, I believe, the main library. How's that going? Can you explain to the public how?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have unarmed security guards at all 3 branches. Their shifts pretty much mirror our open hours, with the exception that in the mornings, we generally don't have a guard. So up until maybe we get them around lunchtime, say. And then on night times downtown, we employ Brockton police details. And that's part of that was negotiated into the union's contract, the library union's contract, that we provide that. So the city provides that through our budget. And between those 2 cohorts, we try to maintain the relative safety in the facilities. Now, I understand that the downtown has a certain problem with unhoused. That's a large problem that I think the library is not the crux of that problem. We are symptomatic of that problem. And so we do see people coming into the library who are perhaps people that others might find to be either offensive or scary. I am bound to let them in the library. They are human beings and they are citizens, and they're protected under the Constitution. They can come in the library. What I try to do personally is provide resources to them, the unhoused, that give them, that make them feel safe when they come in and respect the facility that they're using. I do that, one way I do that is with a community meals thing. I have through really three things that I saw. One was the homeless population milling about on White Avenue. The other was the weaponization of food availability to the general population of the United States by our federal government. And then anecdotal conversations I've had with young mothers specifically who are bringing their children into the library that express to me difficulties in how they can feed their kids. So I had the opportunity to provide, through funding outside of this budget, to provide a community dinner once a month. And it's open to anybody. And so what happens now, and what is happening, we've only had 3, so I can get back to you and let you know how it's going. Or better yet, come down on the Wednesday we have it and join us. But what we do is we basically feed people as they come in. We're feeding the unhoused, we're feeding the moms, we're feeding the elderly, we're feeding anybody who wants to eat. Mm-hmm. And that gets people together, it gets them talking. And when everybody's in that space at that time, nobody is aggressive. Everybody's on their best behavior. They're saying please. Everybody's saying please and thank you, even the kids. So, I mean, I want to do more things like that.
Yeah, well, what are we doing to curtail the people that are complaining about, you know, maybe being, you know, accosted and, you know?
I haven't seen any reports of anybody accosted in the library.
No, but I'm just saying, what would you do in
What I'd do if that happened, I'd call the police.
Okay. But if there's security there, wouldn't they be the folks that?
Well, they would be the call, the royal eye.
Yeah, but again, I think that, you know, if security's there to do a job, they should be probably doing the job. So what are you implementing? What can you implement to make sure that, you know, people feel safe when they go to the library?
Well, other than what I just
Again, I
suggested-
probably feel safe, but I don't know if everybody else.
Well, other than suggesting that we get together as a community and try to learn from one another how to get along better, which is what I just expressed to you.
Yeah.
I think that, well, I think personally that's the best thing I can do, other than starting to legislate who can come in the library and who can't.
No,
And so, you know, people have to come in and realize that there might be somebody who's different than them in the building at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty different, and they let me in a lot of buildings.
You don't see many 60-year-old guys with long hair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else for the library? Seeing none, I do want to take the opportunity to thank the one of your trustees,
Margie
Margaret
hung in
Moan,
there. Yeah, thank you,
for
Margie.
sticking it out for the entire meeting. I was going to thank Jorge Vega, but not only is he no longer a member of the Board of Trustees, he's the only department head that has to go after you.
And he's dead to me anyway.
I don't know if he's here altruistically.
Oh, thank you, Counselor.
Mr. Director.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Fred.
Nice job. Budget item number 11, information technology. Jorge Vega, Chief Information Officer.
As I begin my 4th week with the city, my focus has been on listening, learning, and ensuring the continuity of service. I spent time meeting with department leaders, reviewing major systems and vendor relationships, and gaining a better understanding of how technology supports operations across Brockton government. The proposed FY27 budget for the Information Technology Center is about $3.5 million, representing a 16.9% reduction from the FY26 adopted budget. At that level, the department will represent about 0.6% of the city's overall FY27 operating budget, while supporting the technology systems, communications infrastructure, cybersecurity efforts, software platforms, and technical services city departments rely upon. While those reductions present challenges, they also create opportunities to work smarter. The team and I have already begun identifying ways to improve documentation, strengthen cybersecurity, reduce reliance on outside resources where appropriate, and make better use of the tools and expertise we already have in place. Our goal is to ensure that every technology dollar delivers value, improves reliability and security, and helps city employees serve Brockton residents more effectively.
Presented a few questions to you earlier, and thank you for responding to them. I think it would be beneficial for the public to just have some insight on these questions, and so I will ask them again. And the first one is, are there any opportunities for your department to collaborate with other departments across the other city to create efficiencies and greater cost saving measure? As you know, IT kind of touches every department in the city. So just wondering if there are any opportunities for that, or any conversations kind of looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, in my short time, I've had the opportunity to learn a lot about some of the existing collaborations that exist. Chris Hill, who serves on serves with the police department, is an IT liaison between our department and the city's police force. It's an incredible collaboration that I've gotten to see over these last couple of weeks, with Chris being able to depend on us for resources and us being able to depend on Chris for resources. I've started to see similar relationships in other departments. Recently, Mr. Aleskis, who's the director of IT for the school district, and I connected and are looking for, going to discuss opportunities, for our two teams to work maybe more closely together, but also like to try and find some of the obvious low-hanging fruit that exists, for both the city side of IT and the school district side of IT.
Okay, great, great. And the second question is in regards to a master inventory list or database of all IT equipments owned by the city, and the city meaning all departments within the city. And what's the process for kind of generating, updating that list? Does your department have a role in purchasing and staging of all equipments? If something is purchased on the school side, are you aware of that? Does that touch your department in any way?
No. Yes and no. So to answer the first question, what I've been kind of pleasantly, not surprised by, but welcomed, is that the department has done an outstanding job of documenting and inventorying all existing city-side equipment. They do that through a number of methods, but most notably, there's a tool that we have in-house that can kind of scan the network, and it pulls back information on all existing hardware. In terms of purchasing on the school side, that's not something that's within my purview. But also, for those of you who are unaware, when schools purchase technology or their internet services, they're able to leverage federal and state funds that we can't leverage on the city side. So it can make it complicated in that way to get involved with school side purchasing.
Okay, all righty, all right. And the third question is in regards to upgrades, right? To the other system, to the infrastructure, and to the equipments that we currently have in place. Is there an anticipated annual cost of making those upgrades?
Yeah, so again, what we've got ahead of us, as illustrated in the budget book, is a capital plan that spans 6 to 7 years, and it sees about $100,000 in each year that's focused towards bringing in new network equipment, switches, wireless access points. And I just want to be clear in saying that this is going to make a sizable impact going forward, but these are modest adjustments that we'll be making along the way.
Sure, okay, great. And on page 309, I see we have 14 camera equipment installed around the other city. Are these cameras for law enforcement purposes?
It's a combination of law enforcement as well as building, the building department. So sometimes it's about less than legal activity, but then it's also about property and keeping an eye on certain things in inclement weather conditions, possible damage caused by unforeseen, circumstances.
Okay, all righty. And are there any plans to increase that number?
Not that I'm aware of.
None? Okay, all right. Under services on the same page, 309, just tell me a little bit about the 9 phone systems and the 7 voicemail systems. Right. Why do we have so many? Like, what exactly is that?
It's a combination of things. In some cases, when you think about public safety, they have to maintain a discrete and removed communication system. So that plays a role. Then also there comes in some questions about resource management and allocation, right? So Brockton is not at all unique in this regard in that some departments may have secured a contract years ago with a vendor that they maintain and is still in place. It's been, for me, in these last few weeks, it's been educational to talk to department heads and get a sense of the history behind some of these contracts. And exciting to hear almost everyone kind of lean into that conversation and say how much they would like to consolidate resources and contracts.
Okay, all right, thank you. On 314, so overall, you've had almost 17% reduction in your budget. On 314, copy machine supplies, you're down to 0. Want to comment a little bit on that?
Yeah, I think really, Councilor, what you're noticing is that in 2026, it was approximately $90,000, and then it plummets to 0. The good news is that is somewhat of planned move. Last year, the IT department focused on bringing in high-volume, multifunctioning copier printers that could then be inserted into locations, thereby lowering the overall print costs. As I mentioned in the earlier comment about the phone systems, several departments maintain their own leasing contracts for printers and copiers that they currently have. So this year, what you're seeing in that zero cost is, well, we can't break those contracts, but they do start phasing out next year. So you will see money allocated into that space as we continue to push, you know, high volume, lower cost units out into the community.
Okay, all righty. So these are basically moved to the other departments?
Yeah, well, currently some departments are carrying their own lease agreements,
right.
but those will come to us as we consolidate over time. But we've got to wait for these contracts to lapse.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Not lapse, but terminate.
All right, I think that's all. Thank you, sir, and I look forward to the amazing things you will do.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Chair?
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Charnel.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold it against you that you're a Knicks fan, but just a couple quick things. So, in the IT department, is there any way that we can maybe get some interns, some youth from the community to work in that particular department? Because, you know, constituents have reached out to me saying that, you know, their son graduated from Bridgewater State, just needs an opportunity to maybe come into one of our departments and see how it's run. And the only other thing is, I see that you have some vacancies zeroed out. And I've seen that, honestly, that there's been some strides made in the department already. And I just want you to continue because, you know, one of the things I did is I actually took on some IT stuff and it kind of was a little clunky. You know, I work in the private sector, it's a little clunky, but, you know, I'm glad that you're very efficient in what you're saying and kind of what I'm seeing. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Where do we start? The first question was?
Interns.
Interns, oh yes. So I'm very happy to report that we have an intern starting with us tomorrow, a gentleman by the name of Samuel Corda, who comes to us by way of Bridgewater State University, where he is in his final semester pursuing a master's degree in cybersecurity. He is an exciting young man for a lot of different reasons, but it bears noting that, you know, I think many of us may have had less than stellar experiences with interns or internships that we were trying to start up. There was maybe a moment or two of hesitation from the department until Mr. Corda came to visit us. What's supposed to be a 30-minute visit turned into a 2.5-hour tour, conversation, dialogue, as every member of the department wanted to engage this young man. So we're very excited about his start tomorrow. And I think it's also just a nice bridge between us and Bridgewater State University. As for, you know, what you're seeing in terms of the vacancies, our plan right now is we have been fortunate enough as a department to have had the 28-year, I have one member with a 28-year tenure who is going to be retiring this summer. Our intent is to not replace that role with another person, but rather to reclaim some of those funds and use them to fill at least one of the vacancies in the help desk support. That's our front-facing group, and we've been kind of lean in that area for some time, and we're looking to correct that.
Seeing nothing else for the IT department, you're all set.
Thank you, everyone.
Nothing else on our agenda, we're all set. This meeting is adjourned.